Welcome to the Fantasy Football Garage. I'm Chris. My friends call me the Candyman, and you already know what time it is. Tonight, we're drafting best ball teams. I'm feeling like it's going to be fun to do some prime time Palooza drafts. Been getting pretty into those the last 2 weeks. I've got one prime time Palooza from the Thursday night plus Sunday night slate that's still alive. So we can take a look at that. I'm going to need, I think it's a big game out of Worthy and Tyrone Tracy in that Chiefs Giants matchup. I'm in the top 300. Maybe we can get lucky. But tonight we're going to be drafting some of those Battle Royale teams, talking week 3, the matchups, sit starts, any fantasy football questions from the chat, a live Q&A, and then doing some more research on the slates, the schedules, and drafting some teams. Gonna be fun. Looking to have a chill stream. If you're new to the channel, make sure you're subscribed for fantasy football draft strategy and content all year round. We just had a great best ball summer full of drafting and hit a lot of milestones here for the channel. So looking forward to more. And I think it's gonna be a pretty chill night. It's a Friday night, so hope you guys are doing well. And if you're watching this in the future, make sure you've hit that like button. Make sure you're subscribed. Leave a comment below. Let me know your biggest sit start decision you've got going into week 3. Or you can answer the question, are you forced to start any of these backup quarterbacks in week 3? The Carson Wentz, Marcus Mariota, Jake Browning tier, Tyrod Taylor tier of players. You know, if you're in Superflex, you probably are, or you're considering starting one of them. Mac Jones, another, right? So the list goes on. Week 3, it seems like in best ball, the answer, yes, it was drafting more 3 quarterback teams. So we've figured that out already, and we're only in week 3, but there's a long way to go. So let's get to it. Let's hit the intro and jump into looking at these week 3 matchups. Let's go. But overall, it's like the guy can ball. Like, actions speak louder than words. What up? What up? How we doing? Who Hames? My man. Hope you're having a good Friday night. He's coming from the future to tell us that Matthew Golden catches a 50-yard bomb for a touchdown in week 3. The Packers going up against the Browns, right? This is one of the games that I was talking about 2 nights ago with Hartman when we were previewing the Sunday main slate, those 1 p.m. games. I think, I mean, the Cleveland Browns have a pretty stout run defense. The game is Green Bay minus 7.5, and the over-unders are 41.5. So it's implied that, you know, Green Bay is going to win by a lot, and the Browns won't score very much. And so, you know, based on that assumption for the game script, are the Packers going to be trying to run the clock out and playing a lot of defense, ground and pound, run the ball on offense kind of situation? So then, even with Jacobs not really averaging a ton of yards per touch, you know, less than 4 right now, he's still getting those touchdowns. I think he's still in a smash spot for fantasy. Should see some really high utilization. A little bit of concern that he's got a nagging injury this week, but who doesn't? It's week 3. Everyone's already injured. Speaking of injuries, 5-6 quarterbacks out in week 3, starters, and a bunch of backups coming in. Who could have seen that coming? Incredible stuff. But let's talk Sunday night football. Kansas City Chiefs at New York Giants. The game total is 44.5. The spread is Chiefs minus 5.5. The weather, good conditions at MetLife Stadium for the Chiefs. Patrick Mahomes and team start 0-2. They desperately need a win to avoid an 0-3 hole that historically makes playoff contention difficult. Shout out to the 2018 Texans for being one of the only teams in recent history to start 0-3 and make the playoffs. Defense allowing just 17.5 points per game, sixth in the NFL, should contain the Giants offense that struggled with 160 penalty yards versus the Cowboys. Travis Kelce and the receiving group face a Giants defense that ranks 23rd in passing yards allowed, about 263 per game. For the New York Giants, Russell Wilson throwing efficiently, but the Giants accumulated, like I said, 160 penalty yards in week 2 in that loss against the Cowboys in overtime. They've got some issues. Malik Neighbors is emerging. He's the top target. He's got a 67% target share through 2 weeks. Holy smokes. He leads the team in receptions and receiving yards. He also has a whopper percentage score that is like one of the highest in the entire league right now. It's like above 90. The defense ranks 15th in scoring at 20.5 points allowed, but struggles versus mobile quarterbacks, one of which is Patrick Mahomes. Maybe he could exploit them with his legs. I'm taking the Chiefs, of course. It's a get-right game for them, but I think this could be a fun shootout type of game. People are saying, oh, it could be more defensive, but we're going to see potentially Xavier Worthy back. Fingers crossed. We're going to play it like Worthy's back. That's what we're reading. Coach Andy Reid has been coming out and talking about Worthy playing this week, looking good. So, we got to hope. And then on the Giants side, it's a very consolidated attack. You've got Neighbors. You've got Wandale, who also is banged up a little bit. Wandale, something to watch, but I'm still very confident there. And then really it's their running backs. It's do you buy the dip on Tyrone Tracy, or are we full steam ahead? Scatterbros. You already know me. I'm dipping into the Scatterbro waters. I'm actually starting Cam Scattaboo in one of my leagues, my oldest dynasty league, where I had Aaron Jones go to IR, Mixon go to IR. Can't trust Najee Harris. So I'm starting Cam Scattaboo over Najee Harris for my RB2 spot. Luckily, I do have Bucky Irving in my one spot, so not terrible there. But yeah, it's going to be a fun matchup, and that's why I'm kind of excited to I've been doing some research on this Kansas City Chiefs at New York Giants matchup, and it's partly because I entered 10 primetime Paloozas with the Thursday night game, which was the Bills and the Dolphins last night. Fun game, some decent scoring there, but no one really broke the slate. You could say it was James Cook. Maybe it's Josh Allen. Both of them were expensive. There weren't any cheap pieces that really broke the slate, so we're still good to go. Green lights, and yeah, so I'm excited to draft some more teams with this Chiefs Giants matchup, pairing it with the Monday night football game, Detroit Lions at Baltimore Ravens. The game totals 52.5. The spread is Ravens minus 4.5. The weather should be good at M&T Bank Stadium for the Lions. The offense exploded for 52 points versus the Bears after a sluggish week 1. Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery form an elite rushing tandem. The defense allowed 27 points to the Packers in week 1, but should benefit from the Ravens' tendency to allow teams back into games. Road team getting 4.5 points in potential Super Bowl preview. Historically strong value for quality underdogs. Baltimore Ravens key insight. Lamar Jackson averaging 285 passing yards through 2 games. Derrick Henry seeking a bounce back after disappointing week 2 performance. The defense ranks 7th in scoring, 17 points allowed per game, but has allowed opponents to convert 45% of third downs. The home team in prime time wearing all black uniforms, that's the Ravens, seeking a statement win after a 1-1 start with playoff implications. So this is probably the most exciting game of the week, and we saved the best for last. Monday Night Football. Yeah. Isaac Tesla, the 102, says Who Hames. I'm so freaking in. Who Hames, I don't know if you saw it on Twitter, but I was getting a little bit excited. I have 15 Best Ball Mania teams. That is a Jared Goff, Isaac Tesla stack. And so then I also have Tesla unstacked a couple times. I think it was 20 Isaac Tesla teams. It's not like I'm the heaviest Isaac Tesla drafter in the whole tournament, but I'm up there. I'm definitely in the top 10%. Pretty psyched about that. Yo, what up, Jelly? How we doing, brother? Kansas City or Seattle defense? Big underdog. So which one has the highest upside? That's interesting. I think. I mean, I don't. The Chiefs are going to win, so you can bet on that. The Chiefs are going to win. They have to. They're not going to go 0-3. They're going to pull it out. Russell Wilson, though, he's dangerous. Danger Russ. And Neighbors, he broke the slate last week. Could he do it again? Wandale looking pretty good. I'd feel pretty confident, though, going with a Kansas City defense. I do like your other option there with Seattle. They're playing the Saints, but this Kellen Moore offense with the Saints has had a ton of volume, a ton of play volume. Spencer Rattler's throwing the ball 40 plus times a game, and Juwan Johnson's looking good. Shaheed good. Olave, on the cusp of a big game. I think Kamara's there. They like Kendre Miller a lot, so I think New Orleans actually has some decent firepower. But that Seattle defense, good, and their offense is competent enough. It's hard. I mean, some people will say take the Seattle defense since they're playing at home, and they also have it's a 41.5 over under with the line at Seattle minus 7.5. That just implies Seattle a big favorite, but I was just going over Kansas City also a big favorite. They're just on the road, so that's a tough one. It's a toss up. If it was me, if I had to make the choice, I feel like I would take the Chiefs, assuming I feel confident they can win. Where in the Saints Seahawks matchup, it's assumed the Seahawks are going to win that matchup, but I am not so confident. Maybe I could probably dig a little bit deeper into that matchup. I haven't done a ton of research on the New Orleans Saints versus Seattle. I've done a little bit. Let me scroll up a little bit and see if I can find something juicy in my notes. Something that we can take into account here. Okay. So like I said, 41.5 game total spread. Seahawks minus 7.5. It's going to be good conditions at Lemon Field. Rattlers at starting QB. The Saints are on a 6-game losing streak dating back to last season. The offense manages 21 points against the injury-depleted 49ers at home, and they struggle in road environments. Defense allowed 23 points per game, 17th in the NFL, so about middle of the pack, obviously, and then vulnerable to Seattle's balanced attack. We think Charbonnet is going to probably be out, but Ken Walker season, incoming after what we saw last week, and they should get him even more volume in week 2. Sam Darnold, playing fine. Ken Walker, we already touched on that. The defense potentially missing cornerback Devin Witherspoon with a knee and safety Nick Emanwari with an ankle. So the Seattle secondary is a little banged up. They're home favorites at Lumen Field, and they've got the crowd noise advantage, the whole 12th man thing. The win probability models, according to CBS Sports at least, have them at a 62% chance to win the Seahawks. So I hope that helps, gives you a little bit more info to consider. I think you have 2 strong options. I would just go with the Chiefs if it was me, I think. But Seattle, not bad. Hell yeah. You know what's so funny, Hames? I looked back on some of my big boards, and I have some big boards that are Tesla teams, and a ton. I had 15% Torrey Horton in the big board, or maybe it was the big board plus the little board exposure, but pre-draft. Yeah, okay, so Witherspoon being out is a big deal. Hames thinks, and I kind of think that's an interesting data point too, so something to consider there. All right, let me share my screen, and we're going to just look at, let me pull up these 4 teams. I got the Chiefs, the Giants. I'm going to pull up the 4 primetime teams, the two primetime games, Sunday night and Monday Night Football. Let me do this, get to the stats page, kind of roll through this. I've been looking at this lately, and then we can look at some advanced stats too on which players we think are viable for fantasy. Whoops. Do this. Boom. Hey, there we go. And I'm not signed into my ESPN. I haven't been signing into ESPN for ages. So I don't even know if I can switch the settings to dark mode, but it's light mode for right now. RIP. All right. We talked about Patrick Mahomes. Let me zoom in just a little bit. That's perfect. All right. Mahomes, he's not really killing anyone through the air, right? He's not doing his damage there. He's doing his damage on the ground. So I need my writing pad. No, I don't have it with me. Okay, we'll have to keep it mental note. Thinking about the 4 quarterback options in these 2 games for these primetime Palooza slates, you've got Mahomes, he's got 123 rushing yards through 2 games. That's like by far the most he's ever averaged in his career. And he has 2 touchdowns. Insane. He's got to do it all, though. He's dealing with the injuries, Rice suspension, and Travis Kelce dropping passes in the end zone. What are you going to do? You're going to have to run the ball and convert those third downs, score, scramble. So if I think there's a lot of good quarterback options in the slate, I'm going to go ahead and rank Lamar as the top QB, Mahomes, a close second, but definitely a second. And then third is going to be Goff, a distant fourth for Russell Wilson. Sometimes in these primetime Palooza slates, you want to take the value of the late QB because the value over replacement for those players is not going to be so different. Where when you're drafting Mahomes and Lamar Jackson, you're drafting them over skill position players that can put up a ton of points and even break the slate. And so taking the QB in the first 2 rounds of a 6-round draft, it's a little, you want to have some exposure to it if you're drafting a few teams. But I think the key strategy in a week like this is to say, hey, what about Goff, who we just saw throw for 5 touchdowns last week? The dude can do it all. What about Russell Wilson? He's not actually that bad. He's actually targeting Neighbors a ton. And if you rely on Neighbors and Wallendale to get it done, honestly, in a pretty good spot. We'll get more into those numbers later. So let's flip over. We're talking about QBs first. Let's flip over to the Giants. Yeah, Russell Wilson averaging over 300 yards per game passing. He's got 3 touchdowns. Pretty decent. He also has 67 rushing yards. He doesn't have any rushing touchdowns yet, but he's averaging about 34 rushing yards per game. Very solid, and it's kind of in line with his career numbers. So I think Russ is a huge value. There's 4 good QB options in this primetime Palooza slate for the Sunday night game and the Monday night game. So what you'll do is you take Neighbors in the first round, and then you're going to be stacking Russell Wilson late. So on my Neighbors teams, I probably want to have Russell Wilson on most of those. I don't know if you get lucky enough that we'll have to look where the ADPs are at right after this, but I like to do all my research and all my own ranks of where I put these players within their own skill position groups before I look at the ADP in these tournaments, because I want to form my own opinions and then see what the market's doing. And I feel like that helps me do things like on the Thursday night and Sunday night slate. I had Kincaid as the top tight end, but Kelce was actually the most expensive by ADP. Kelce ADP was 6 or 7. Kincaid's was like 12 or 13. So a huge discount for Kincaid. But then there's a gigantic tier break there where the next available tight end was Theo Johnson, Gross, and Dawson Knox, or you could have done nothing with the Dolphins, right? So you could go Noah Gray if you had to, if you missed out on Kelce and you're just trying to stack with Mahomes. So essentially, I thought Kincaid was really undervalued at night. I got a ton of exposure to Kincaid. Paid off nicely. It could have paid off huge if he had that second receiving touchdown. but that's kind of my approach there. Huham saying that PFF doesn't love the KC run defense. Maybe our boy Scattaboo rolls. Yeah, I'm excited for that. Yo, what's up? What's up, Nihal? How we doing, brother? Hope you're having a good Friday night. Thanks for jumping in. Let me get to your question here. Start Judkins or Travion? Okay, it's tough because we know Judkins is facing the Packers, the number one defense. I believe they're at home though, right? They are at home, but it's a low-scoring game. The Packers are very favored. They should be passing a ton in the passing situations. I like to think they're going to be using Jerome Ford and even Dylan Sampson more than Quinshon. So I'm excited about Quinshon. If we see him blow up this week and destroy a Packers defense on the ground, we're going to be wheels up, excited about him the rest of the season. But for me in week 3, I'm going Travion, I think. I got to go Travion there. It's just a really tough matchup against the Packers, and then New England at Pittsburgh. It's kind of not really like a favorite game of mine. I'm not really targeting that game either, but I think it's an easier matchup. Pittsburgh defense is not as intimidating, not nearly as intimidating. So let's see if, week 2 was a hot hand for Ramondre. We'll see if we can get some bounce back for Henderson and get him rolling a little bit. And he needs to edge out Antonio Gibson and take over more of a role himself. It's risky. I'm going to go Henderson. Big play potential paying off. And I'm a little bit afraid to start running backs for Cleveland this week. So that's what it comes at. That's what it comes to there. And then Nihal's got a trade. Oh, what's up, Peppers? How we doing, brother? Good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. Hope you're having a great Friday night, my friend. So for the live Q&A, we've got a trade for Nihal. He's thinking, half PPR. Okay, we got you. He's got a lot of wide out depth, but no running back depth. He's got Worthy and Downs. He's going to trade them away for Swift and RJ Harvey. That's tough. Worthy's injured. The injury risk going forward for Worthy is very significant, right? Really significant going forward. So I'm going to slightly move Worthy down in my rest of season rankings because of that, even though I think he's the best player in this trade when healthy. Swift is fine. He is their workhorse back. They're going to get Monangai up and going a little bit more. Roshan Johnson, a non-factor, it seems, where he was more of a touchdown vulture last season. So I think Swift is playable, definitely flexible. RJ Harvey, right now it's a 3-headed monster in Denver, which we didn't want to see. We wanted to see RJ Harvey competing with Dobbins for early down work and getting used more in the passing game. Tyler Bidet is getting 23% of the snaps and doing a lot of that passing game work. So rest of season, I like Harvey. I've been a big bull on Harvey all offseason. I think he's a touchdown merchant. He had a great college career finding the end zone frequently and putting up big games. I think it comes down to your team need. We'll see what the chat thinks. What do you guys think on this side for Nihal? I'm going to say, if you really feel good about your wide receiver depth, for me, Downs is good. He's not a huge needle mover in half-point PPR. He's a flex option. I think Swift and Harvey could be guys that are like flex plus options. And then Worthy, I think, is a definite flex plus option if he's there, but I'm really worried about his re-injury risk. We'll know more. I mean, if someone's trying to like buy low on Worthy and you feel like they're taking advantage of that, maybe you hold out and you see what Worthy does this week. But if you need the running backs, Swift and Harvey are guys that I'm comfortable with. Yeah, later, Who Ames. Good having you in here as always. I'll catch you another time, brother. Have a great night. Yo, what's up, Lloyd? How we doing tonight, my friend? Happy Friday. Trade thoughts: Javonte and A-Chain for Bijan. I mean, this is redraft. This is one of your leagues. I want the best player in the trade. I want the best player. You're To me, yeah, upgrade for Bijan. Bijan 101 going forward, yes. Bijan is going to destroy the Carolina Panthers this week. He's going to put up some big numbers. And so I Javonte also putting up huge numbers, but I think he's doing it based on his touchdowns and the opportunity. If the opportunity goes away, his efficiency is not there. And if the touchdowns dry up, if CeeDee Lamb starts to catch touchdowns, which he will, George Pickens in the Dallas passing offense, Javonte is going to dry up a little bit. I think sell high on Javonte. And then Achane, came into the season dealing with some injury, getting a ton of utilization. He didn't find pay dirt last night. Ollie Gordon vultured him, but I think going forward, it's still high confidence in Achane. So I want Bijan though, but that's close because Achane's a great player. And then yeah, Judkins has looked good. What's up, BKGJ? What's up, brother? Yeah, Judkins, of course, he was looking good, right? We can pull that up because it's interesting. It's just let me go to my Packers matchup. Scrolling. I posted this on Twitter. Make sure you guys follow me on Twitter at FFB Garage. Boom, right there. I posted this on Twitter about one of these little insights. So yeah, the defense ranks first in EPA allowed per play and second in coverage grades, and they shut down Jaden Daniels, right? I mean, that's speaking to just the overall defense, but the Packers, are going to be tough. Going to be tough to go up against in all facets for these Browns. The Browns are going to be tough to start. So, I mean, I do like Judkins, though. I'm very bullish on Judkins. I don't think the Ravens defense, to me, is as intimidating. Judkins, he's getting a big average yards per carry, 6.1. I mean, even Ford had a 5.0. Samson was the only one getting crushed there. Quinshon Judkins, he did have 3 receptions, which is very nice. We see the target still going to Ford with 6 targets. Samson had 3 targets. So it's kind of a 3-headed monster. And the Packers defense is that legit. But I get you because the Patriots is also similarly split up mostly between Ramondre and Travion Henderson. But then Antonio Gibbs was getting some work too. So that's concerning. Yo, what's up? Peanut butter and jelly. Happy Friday. Hope you're doing well, my man. Thanks for stopping in. What do we got? We got Green Bay or ATL defense. That's a great question. Honestly, that's a really tough one because you have 2 good options. The Atlanta Falcons look like the breakout defense of the year right now. An insane pass rush. I think they had 6 sacks and 2 interceptions in their last game, right? Pretty sure I'm pulling that off the top of my head, but let's go scroll down for the Atlanta Falcons. I'm pretty sure they did, if I remember correctly. And then the Packers are just like the best defense by far, and probably the best team too. Where was? Let me do a little Control F. Oh, it's way at the top. I went right past it. The defense, the defense had 6 sacks and 2 interceptions against the Vikings. They rank 3rd in EPA per play allowed and generated the highest pressure rate in the NFL through the first 2 weeks. So you have 2 great options. I don't know if I can. I mean, all I can say is, can the Falcons destroy the Panthers this week? Yes. But will the Packers similarly do that to the Browns? Probably too. Probably yes. So it just comes down to which offense are you more afraid of to face? The Panthers at home or the Browns at home? Tough. You can't. What do you guys think in the chat? I think you can't go wrong there. I'd probably start the Packers, but the Falcons are pretty fun. You're flexing Algier. You can do worse than flexing Algier. I'm fine with that, but you might have, some injuries going on or just some other players you're not in bad matchups. I think Algier going up against this Panthers defense that allowed 5.6 yards per carry to Tampa Bay. I mean, there could be a scenario where Bijan and Algier both pay off in the same week, so I'm cool with that. You know, it's tough, right? I think in PPR, BK, I'm more interested in Judy. I am personally starting Judy this week in a league. I'm starting him over Travis Hunter in my oldest dynasty league. It's start 3 wide receivers in a flex, and I'm actually flexing AJ Brown, but I could be flexing Judy. It's the same thing. I've got McLaurin and Marvin Harrison Jr. starting, and I feel weird, and I don't want to bench Travis Hunter. I started him the first 2 weeks, but if that gives you any context, like in full PPR, I'm starting Jerry Jeudy over Travis Hunter, but it's a really tough matchup at the same time. I probably don't have any better options. I mean, Jeudy still gets the work, right? He's still a good option in alpha in his own offense, but it's going to be a tough week. Yeah, bad matchups. That makes sense. Yeah, the Falcons keep rolling, run the ball out. Awesome. Let's jump back over. I was looking at Russell Wilson. Who's next? Of course, the Detroit Lions playing on Monday Night Football versus the Baltimore Ravens. So in this matchup, we've got 2 great quarterback options. Jared Goff, I think he leads the league in touchdowns right now, passing touchdowns with 6, only 1 interception, averaging almost 280 yards per game. He's not really doing anything on the ground, so that's his lower floor. If it's a big, let's say it's a game where the Lions just run the ball and score a bunch on the ground. Jared Goff's floor is a little bit lower than Russell Wilson or Mahomes, of course, Lamar Jackson. So, but a lot of good stacking options. You can stack Jared Goff so many ways. So we'll see what it looks like when we get into this ADP, but I'm definitely going to want some Jared Goff this week. Then the Baltimore Ravens, former NFL MVP Lamar Jackson, only 217 yards per game, but he's very efficient. He also, I think he's the co-leader with 6 touchdowns. If I remember correctly, I'm trying to think if anyone has more than that. Someone might, but Lamar also has 6 passing touchdowns. He's been killing it, hyper efficient, great completion percentage, although Goff's was like 80%, but still. And then 83 yards on the ground. So not as much as Mahomes yet, and not as many rushing touchdowns as Mahomes currently, but he's still getting it done and putting up numbers. So, I mean, it could be any week could be Lamar Jackson breaking the slate. Pepper says pick 2. He's got Tet Arroyo McMillan, Amika Egbuka, who is essentially a game time decision. I hate to say it. I was looking at the coach speak for gosh, I can't even think of his name right now. Let me pull it up. Todd Bowles. Oh my God. Couldn't think of head coach Todd Bowles' name. I mean, pretty forgettable name, I guess. Todd Bowles. Almost like Tadpole. Todd Bowles. Amika Egbuka is questionable for the game right now. We'll see Sunday morning, was the quote he gave today. And then yesterday, they asked offensive coordinator Josh Grizzard on whether Grizzard anticipates having Egbuka this week. Quote, I'd say it's still a little bit early on that. We've still got tomorrow's practice to see how it's looking and go from there. So based on that, I have to say bench Egbuka, start Arroyo McMillan and George Pickens. Pickens in a matchup against the Bears could be a really fun shootout type game scenario. And then T-Mac while while they are playing the Atlanta Falcons, a tough matchup, he's been getting peppered with targets, and so let's see if some of those touchdowns that went to Hunter Renfrow in week 2 start to go towards T-Mac, and he becomes, he has his breakout games soon enough. Yo, BK, what's up? Do you play DFS? If not, building a lineup where you offer feedback um, would be neat. Yeah, so I don't really do a whole lot of DFS. I'm interested to get into more, but I've built some lineups in the past. It's been a few years. But I am interested in doing some best ball drafts, some you know, the dailies, the weekly tournaments. I'm gonna be doing some primetime Palooza drafts for sure. And so I'm looking right now at the 2 primetime games, the Sunday night matchup and the Monday night matchup, Lions and Baltimore Ravens. And then I'm gonna rip some of those, and we'll continue to do Q&A with the chat and talk slates, talk ball. But yeah, it's been a while. I just haven't, been more into like best ball drafting, and I do consume other people's DFS content. Like, of course, friend of the channel Neil Orfield is a killer in the DFS streets, and we have Pete Overzet is always doing great DFS content as well. So I consume a lot of that just to stay sharp, see what's going on, see what other people are doing. I mean, to name a few, there's a lot of fun DFS content out there, but not something that I've done a ton. But I'm interested. I could see myself doing more of it, but it's just all about what I have time for at this moment. Oh, okay. Pick 2 with Mike Evans, T-Mac, and Pickens. I mean, it's obviously Mike Evans, and then so that it comes down to T-Mac or Pickens. I'm cool with T-Mac, but if you just feel more strongly about the game environment for Pickens, you could lean that way. Yo, what's up, Cloud? How we doing, brother? Happy Friday. Traded Kyron Williams and T. Higgins and Jamison Williams for James Cook and Kyle Pitts. Well, I mean, I had a little bit more context, like about your team need, your scoring format, how many starters you're playing, how big your league is, some of those kind of things. But off the top of my head, you're getting James Cook, who he's looking like one of the best running backs in the league right now. Kyron is starting to cede more workload, about a third of the workload, to Blake Corum, although the Rams have been looking pretty good, right? T. Higgins, love him, but he's now playing with Jake Browning, no longer playing with Joe Burrow, a slight downgrade. Jamison Williams, also love him. Boomer bust play, hard to know when to start him, but just you want to start him as much as you can. And then Kyle Pitts is doing well. He could have some big weeks. If you needed tight end help, because there's been a lot of tight end injuries, I could see needing Pitts and him being kind of a fun, intriguing option for the Falcons offense. A player that could be a big piece with Michael Penix and his ascension this year. So I don't hate it. I like getting the best player in the trade, that is James Cook, at this point in the season. So I'm open to it. I think you gave away a lot, but you got a lot. Yeah, it's tough knowing who to play in a single lineup when the options are so vast. That's what I'm saying. So it's like, I look at these main slate tournaments where there's, 12 or 14 or 15 games. No, not 15, it'd be 12, I guess. 12 or 13 games any given week. And it's like, there's just so many options. To me, if you look at the primetime slates, it's a little bit more it's interesting because from a game theory perspective, it's like there's a lot of opportunity cost with each pick, each position that you're starting, which quarterback you're taking, those kind of things. So it's fun. Yeah. There's so many good options right now. And we've seen, speaking of good options, we've been seeing Jordan Mason flying up the board, being a first round pick this week. It's craziness. Love to see it. Yeah. Shout out to Peppers. Oh, okay. Got another good one. Pollard, Travion, or Bill Krosky, Merritt. My gut says Pollard. Let me look at the matchups again. My gut says Pollard at home because he's just a pure workhorse back. But could it be fun to start Bill at home against Las Vegas? It could be. It could be. I don't think you could ignore what Pollard's been doing. The amount of carries he has, even the work he's getting in the passing game, it could be better, but historically it's been good. I don't think you can deny Pollard right now. Bill is fun and all, and I hope we see a big bounce back game out of him. But the coach is there. They talk about liking Chris Rodriguez, and also they're going to have Jeremy McNichols active too, fulfilling that Austin Eckler role. I think you have to go Pollard for both the floor and the ceiling. What's going to happen with Jaden Daniels out? Is the offense just going to? I think Marcus Mariota is competent, but are they going to stall out a little bit more? To be determined. Yeah, that first part, Cloud, like losing the touches to Quorum, I think makes a lot of sense. You got T-Mac and DK. Feel pretty good about those. And you have Waddle ready to go. I like Waddle too. Yeah. Yeah. If you've got Franklin and Io Manor on your bench, you should be feeling real good. I'm hearing a lot of good things about Io Manor. I was following him really closely throughout the summer, reading things like the Titans Wire and then some of their other local Nashville publications. And not just like the beat writer stuff, but what they were talking about. One of the quotes I stuck to, I think it was early August, was it was coming from, I think it was offensive coordinator Nick Holes was saying, or it might have been just Brian Callahan, but they were saying what we drafted Ayo Manor to do is what he did at Stanford. We want to turn those 50-50 balls into 80-20 balls. We need to see him mature in that area and be able to convert those big plays down the field, make those spectacular catches, be their alpha target, their true number one receiver, their X receiver. And I think he's going to get there sooner than later. So I'm excited for a breakout for him. It's looking good. Oh, if you have Bajan, then yeah. I mean, you're pretty solid. If you have Bajan and you got Cook now, I like that. Well, what's crazy though is I guess it comes down to Cam Ward not dumping it off a ton, but Pollard has been fine in PPR formats historically. So it's just something different there. Cam Ward's been kind of a limiting factor for that offense lately. You could also, but at the same time, Jaden Daniels is out. So do you trust Marcus Mariota? He is probably more competent at his current point in his career than Cam Ward is, just, with more game experience. So you could chalk it up to, hey, I don't like the Titans right now. I don't like their ability to generate offense and score touchdowns. Let me roll with a high-powered offense in the Commanders. Even with Jaden Daniels out, Marcus Mariota is potentially able to accomplish an 80% or 70% of what Daniels was doing, and that might still be more interesting to you for a scoring environment and ability to sustain drives and have opportunities touch the ball on offense for Bill than going with the Titans. So I could talk myself into it, but I think the utilization on Pollard is too big to ignore. Hey, what's up, Paulino? Yeah, just keep playing the Hendo hit. It's going to pay off. He's one big play away. We've all seen it, what Henderson can do. A screen pass with 6 seconds to go before halftime in the college football semifinal in Arlington, Texas, in Jerry World for the Ohio State Buckeyes. He takes a 60-yard screen pass to the house untouched. So Henderson, a big play waiting to happen. And I was there. I was in that end zone. I watched Henderson walk into the end zone against my Longhorns. Not fun, but exciting. BK says Barkley and Jordan Mason, Javonte. Yeah, all of these guys. Oh, choose two. Choose two to play from. Yeah, it all comes because there's so many options. I mean, I have to start. Oh, which group would you choose two to play from? I want Bajan and Taylor. I think I want Bajan and Taylor. I'd take the second group. Yeah, I think that's what I want. So many good options though. I think he will. I do. Part of my thesis all summer has been uh around ETN losing touches to Tootin. Moving Tank Bigsby is going to help ETN remain relevant. And I think it's still a good week for ETN. I think it's still a good matchup against the Texans for ETN at home to have a productive week and put up some numbers. So I'm starting ETN this week if I've got him, but I don't have him anywhere where I can manually start him. I have Tootin. I'm not putting Tootin into a lineup in a flex at the current moment, but I think he will continue to take over. And I'm hearing a lot of good things about how they want to use Tootin. They have a lot of confidence that he's going to be a big part of their offense going forward. So wheels up for Tootin. Definitely a stash for right now and a start if you need to. But for the moment, ETN is still holding it down and looking pretty good. It is. I know we've learned and we've known this, but we've relearned it again and again. You can't trust Sean Payton as far as you can throw him, right? Holiness. Yeah. Oof, that's tough. That is tough. See, then maybe just swing for the fence and go with Bill. Yeah, what's up, Santos? How we doing, brother? Happy Friday. Thanks for stopping in. What defense am I running with this weekend? I'm having a tough time to choose what defense to get. You know, if you're talking like DFS, you got to pay up for like the Packers or the Falcons. You could roll with the Jacksonville Jaguars against the Texans, who have had so much trouble on offense. I think is a fun one, a cheaper one, but another one I could think. Who else do I also like? Yeah, those are kind of my top three. Either pay up for the expensive ones. Who are the Cardinals play this week again? The Cardinals are playing. I just lost it. I was looking at it. Oh, I'm in week 2. I was like, where did that go? The Cardinals are no, what is this? This is week 2. Somehow I went back in time. Week 3. I was just looking at it and I can't it's up top. Oh, 49ers. No, that's not great. No, I wouldn't go Cardinals this week. The only league I have where I'm actually managing a defense is my high stakes FFPC league that I co-manage with Hartman, and we drafted the Cardinals defense. I guess we're going to let it ride and let them play the 49ers, but we might need to reconsider. Yeah, anytime, my friend. Thanks for stopping in. Yeah, what's up? What's up, Manuel? Hope you're doing good. Happy Friday. Chuba or Garrett Wilson for flex. Okay, so half point PPR or full point PPR because it matters a little bit because I'm not so out on Garrett Wilson yet. They're playing Tampa Bay. That's a pretty good matchup for him. And then, Tyrod Taylor technically averages more passing yards per game than Fields does. So something we learned 2 nights ago, Hartman and I were talking about it. Garrett Wilson, I think he's still fine. He looked good week 1. I think he had a tougher week 2, if I remember correctly, right? Let's pull it up real quick. His game log. Yeah. The week 2 was not great, right? But it's fine. Still got a lot of targets. Garrett Wilson and the Jets versus the the Buccaneers, I think is a fine matchup versus Chuba going up against the Falcons. Although at home, I mean, Chuba's been getting some work, right? They're trying to feed Dowdle some of the action too. I mean, Chuba didn't have a ton of yards, right? But he's got a lot of carries. Didn't have any touchdowns yet, and a little bit of when he has the two. That's where it is. The two receiving touchdowns. Totally forgot about those. He's been getting it done in the passing game. So honestly, kind of hard to ignore that. They've been talking about getting Dowdle more involved in the passing game, but it's been Chuba so far, and he's been looking better than. I mean, way more efficient than he was last year with it. They want to get ETN involved, but he's just not there yet. I think it's Chuba right now. Unless you hate the matchup against Atlanta, which I'm okay with it. Yeah, full PPR. I mean, it's close because we know how good Garrett Wilson is. So you could either believe in the talent, but Chuba Hubbard has been hit a breakout last season, a huge breakout season, even higher than his previous breakout. And then he's doing well right now in the passing game. They're utilizing him that much as kind of a bell cow running back. It's hard to ignore. So I feel like I want to flex Chuba Hubbard. The Vikings defense, but not the thing. But the thing is, you have Chase Brown in your lineup. Yeah, I feel that. It's conflicting. It's hard if you've got a player like Chase Brown that you spent so much draft capital in, and then you're saying, well, I want him to score touchdowns. That's how he gets me there. But going up against your defense, I still like the Minnesota Vikings defense. Let me read this thing, a little blurb I got about them. Okay. So Cincinnati Bengals at Minnesota Vikings. Game total 42.5. Spread Vikings -3. That'd be good for the Vikings defense at home. You know, Burrow's out. Good for the Vikings defense. The offensive line struggles a ton. They're going to give up a ton of sacks and the second highest pressure rate. So that's good for sacks, good for fantasy points for Minnesota defense. The defense forced 4 turnovers versus the Falcons and generates chaos with aggressive blitz schemes. So I'm still cool with starting the Vikings defense there. I think you can get away with it and have Chase Brown, but I'm not worried about Chase Brown yet, but I'm without Burrow there. It's a little bit concerning, but we like Chase Brown. We like the talent. Okay. We've talked about the quarterbacks in these primetime games. Mahomes, Russell Wilson. We've got Lamar Jackson and Jared Goff. I think what's going to end up being is because of the hype around Jared Goff, he might be going as high as Patrick Mahomes, whether that's right or wrong. I think for me, if I had to just rank it right now, it's going to be Lamar, small tier break, Mahomes, Goff in the exact same tier, and then a small tier break. Obviously, you can just wait to the end to get Russell Wilson. So Russell Wilson's the value. Lamar is the pay up. I think Mahomes and Jared Goff, I'm going to want some exposure to. Jared Goff probably goes higher because of the stacking options, if I had to guess. I know, Santos. I've got Godwin in my home league. I've got Godwin on my bench, and I'm starting Rashid Shaheed as my wide receiver 3 in the meantime. I have Ken Walker in my flex, so that feels pretty good. But I'm really excited for Godwin to come back so I can potentially start putting him in my wide receiver 3 spot. And I've got T. Higgins, who I'm a little bit scared about that situation. I picked up Jake Browning. I dropped Cam Ward. It's super flex, so it's my QB3. But one thing Mathology was saying is that the last time Jake Browning was a starting quarterback, he started 7 games, and in 5 of 7 of those games, he was a top 12 QB in fantasy scoring on the week. So he's got some ability. He's no Joe Burrow, but he might be able to keep it going a little bit. Fannin or Goddard, they're saying Goddard's healthy. He's going to play. The Eagles' passing offense has not been there. Although, this matchup against Los Angeles could be more of a shootout. And I mean, didn't Goddard sit out last week? So we only got 1 week of data on Goddard. 7 receptions, 7 targets, 44 yards from week 1. I do remember that. The matchup for Fannin against the Packers is pretty scary. I'm going to roll Goddard, but it could be one of the last times that I lean that direction. Going forward, it's good that you have Fannin. I like that. I've got Fannin stashed. He's my tight end 3 in one of my leagues where I'm trying to move a tight end. I've got Kelsey, Fannin, and Juwan Johnson. I'm starting Juwan Johnson. I'm benching Kelsey. I'm potentially trying to move Kelsey. And I've also got Fannin, as a breakout kind of guy. But I love Fannin. I think here's what you could say. I want a team that's going to throw the ball more. Regardless of the Green Bay matchup, I'm going to go Fannin because there might be more passing volume there. Flacco's been throwing the ball a ton, right? Or you say, no, it's Goddard, but he's more talented. When healthy, he's more proven, I guess. Maybe not more talented, more proven. Goddard can smash, but he gets hurt all the time. It's crazy. He's never healthy all the time. He's a huge risk, huge liability to get hurt again. Yeah, Kittle in the IR. I avoided the landmines so far at QB and tight end. I've gotten lucky. For the running backs in the primetime slates, we've got Kareem Hunt and Pacheco. Disgusting. Neither one of them I want. I think as a bargain RB2 or as a super late last kind of round, second to last round anchor, I'm cool with them, but I'm not excited there. Scattaboo and Tracy, I like them both. Scattaboo's going to be more expensive. He's gotten chased up. Tracy's pretty cheap. I like Tracy as a cheap late option, either as an RB2 or a late anchor. Gibbs is going to be the most expensive running back. I'm assuming that because he's had more consistent play versus Derrick Henry, who had like a down week in week 2. So Gibbs, tier 1. Montgomery is a great option as well for the touchdown upside. And I put him ahead of Pacheco, ahead of Tracy, ahead of Scattaboo, ahead of Hunt. Derrick Henry. Some people are going to take him ahead of Gibbs. I don't know that I will, but I'm definitely going to take him. And for me, it would go, and then there's no other option there right now. Rasheen Ali might be injured, not playing. We haven't seen enough out of Hill getting any action. And then Keaton Mitchell's on ice right now. It sucks. I'm going to go Gibbs, Derrick Henry, and then it's a big tier break. And then I'm going Montgomery, small tier break, Scattaboo, and then small tier break, Tracy, Pacheco, Hunt. I feel like the Kansas City running backs, you just really can't trust. It's tough. The Burrow as well. Man, hate to see it. RIP. He is droppable. Yeah, Burrow's droppable, especially since you don't want to waste a bench spot holding him. If you're looking at your waiver wire and you've got some better options like for a flex, go ahead and take a stab at some upside guys. Try to hit on a guy that's going to break out, rookie or sophomore type of guy going forward, or just a good valued veteran who's for some reason not picked up yet. But even if you've got an IR spot, what are you going to do? Sit Joe Burrow in your IR spot for the next 10 games, and then he comes back and the season's almost over, but you get 1 or 2 games out of him. And what if he's like slow to come back? Or what if they just decide at that point not to start him because he's still injured, and then you've hold him the whole time for nothing? I don't know. Jameson over Hollywood, I'm cool with that. I like the matchup against the Ravens for Jameson. Hollywood is fine, but Xavier Worthy's coming back this week, it looks like. So I'm going under the assumption Xavier Worthy plays. Downgrade Hollywood. ESPN app, I got you. So full PPR. I still really like Jameson. BK, I heard who I heard talking about this? I heard, who was it? 1 Week Season was talking about this today with Pete Overzet on Pete's stream. They were doing some DFS content, and he was kinda saying this is an interesting week to try some builds where you pay up a lot at running back because of all the steam on Jordan Mason. There's a tactic where you don't just like outright fade Jordan Mason, but if you're going to do it, you kind of soft fade Jordan Mason by taking two even more expensive running backs in your lineup. And then you're going to have to take a cheap guy at your flex and maybe even a defense. But setting up the cheap flex or defense with those two running backs, and then coming back to the rest of your roster and filling out what kind of value you can get for your wide receivers and your QB is like the strategy. I think they ended up taking Caleb Williams and Roma Dunze in that stack, and the running backs they took. I want to say the running backs they paid up for I think it was McCaffrey and Taylor, if I remember correctly. Yeah, that seems strong. Could be a DJ Moore bounce back kind of week. It's not like DJ Moore has been underutilized. He just hadn't had the touchdowns. Yeah, Hollywood continues to disappoint. I was drafting my original primetime Palooza Thursday night and Sunday night football games. Well, I've got some that are still live, but I was under the assumption Worthy was like not really playing, so I was fading Worthy and taking more Hollywood. I think he is playing now, and it's just I'm gonna have to switch my side and go, okay, Worthy's playing. He's at least somewhat healthy. Let's roll and take it more Worthy than Hollywood. Picked up Russell Wilson. Yeah, Russell Wilson's been good for fantasy. He's sneaky good for fantasy right now. 600 passing yards, 3 touchdowns, only 1 interception, averaging 300 yards plus per game, the 67 rushing yards. So Russell Wilson, I, I for some reason let people talk me off the Russell Wilson ledge during the summer when I was drafting a bunch, and I still took some Russell Wilson, but I should have taken more. Yeah, jam to win. Exactly. It's just tough, man. There's so many good options, right? I feel like during bye weeks, like week 8 would be a good week to do the main slate because there's a lot less games. True, true, true. Yeah. The mid-range running backs can offer more value. You saw it even with like there's can be disappointing weeks from the top guys. Even Derrick Henry disappointed last week after being one of the top options. Versus wide receiver, you kind of want to pay up for the sure thing, the high target, the high first read target guys, the guys who are consistently putting up the volume. Yeah, I know. So true. I think it's gonna be a super fun game. I want pieces of it. So true. For let's do before we do wide receivers, let's do tight ends. Tight ends, we have Kelsey. There is no tight end here. I don't consider Theo Johnson viable for fantasy. Some people do. I'm out. Laporta, I would say Brock Wright is as viable as Theo Johnson. So they're in the similar tier. And then Mark Andrews has been a huge disappointment. Literally the worst piece of their passing offense so far. I think Isaiah Likely is back this week. I'm gonna have to. It's gonna have to be Kelsey, small tier break, Laporta, big tier break, Andrews, small tier break, Likely, big tier break, Theo Johnson, and Brock Wright. You have to just think Mark Andrews bounces back at some point. He's not going to do nothing forever, but it's pretty bad. It couldn't be much worse. Yeah, so true. Yeah. Yeah, it's just gotta trust your guys. Also true. Also true. Similar to how we're playing these best ball slates and these best ball tournaments. I mean, it's the size matters, how much you wanna scroll down, how much you wanna get different. So true. So true as well. Yeah, the primetime palooza that I'm about to draft a few of, you have to get everything right because similar to your lineups, like every player counts. There's no players sitting on the bench. Every player counts towards your points. So to win it, you can't miss. I like Jacoby Myers. I'm a big Jacoby Myers fan, especially in PPR. The dude is an alpha. He's getting a ton of targets. He's very viable. Brock Bowers still lingering injury, so he might even get more work than usual, more targets than usual. Yo, what's up, Eddie? How we doing, brother? Happy Friday. All right, so that's the tight ends. Let's talk about these wide receivers. Xavier Worthy comes back this week. So we've got Worthy, Hollywood Brown, and Tyquan Thornton. Tyquan Thornton is viable too. He's been catching deep balls, a lot of air yards on those receptions. Juju Smith Schuster is the ultimate scroll down. I don't think I'm going to be drafting any Juju, but Thornton is viable. He's been filling in for Worthy. Hollywood Brown is probably a late option, but not my favorite with Worthy back. For the Giants, these are some of the best receiving options I mean, there are a lot of good receivers in this slate, and they're not on the Chiefs. They're on the Giants, they're on the Lions, they're on the Ravens. It's crazy. We've got Neighbors averaging 120 yards a game, 2 touchdowns. The dude is blowing up. Wandale Robinson having a career year, averaging almost 100 yards. And so Wandale's a little bit banged up coming to this game. That's where I draw the line, though. I want Neighbors. I want Wandale. I put a slight priority on Wandale. I'm not really drafting Slayton. I don't think Slayton gets you there. It could be it, but he's just not been showing any gas. True. True. It is a solved game, some would say. You got to run the sims. You got to, project the outcomes, use some modeling, which is fun. It's hard to hand build and win it. But yeah, the game continues to change. You got to change with it, I guess. Would you swap in Jacoby for Sutton or nah? I kind of like that idea. I don't mind Sutton. The Broncos are playing the Chargers, and that could be a fun game environment to have a piece of. The Raiders, the Commanders. I mean, the thing with Jacoby, though, and I was looking at him before week 2 because he had a good week 1. 22 targets, 80 yards per game, no touchdowns yet. But that's very encouraging. For Sutton, he had a down week in week 2. They're spreading the ball around in some weird ways. Franklin's going off. Sutton only has 13 targets, 7 receptions, 67 yards, averaging 33 games. So, he's got the touchdown, but Jacoby Myers has the utilization. So, yeah, I think I just convinced myself I want Jacoby Myers over Sutton this week. Yeah, yeah. Week 3 can be an interesting time in fantasy because we have limited information. We have 2 weeks of data. But like we just saw, things can change quickly. Derrick Henry week 1, Derrick Henry week 2. What's going to happen week 3? So week 3 is an interesting time to like get different and try some things. I feel like, yeah, I think that's smart. BK. On to the Lions receiver. So I'm pretty much out on Slayton. We've got Amon-Ra St. Brown averaging 80 yards a game, some big plays, 3 touchdowns, a huge week with 3 touchdowns in week 2. Killer, slate breaker, a guy you want, definitely a first round pick. There's gonna be a lot of talented first and second round picks this week, so it feels like the week to fade QB and take QB late. You just can't really fade tight end is the issue, unless you're going with the Ravens options, which I might be doing a lot of Ravens options then because they're gonna be so underappreciated because they've sucked. I mean, Likely's been injured, Andrews has been underwhelming tons. So JMO also big play waiting to happen. 65 receiving yards per game. Got a touchdown, only on 9 targets, 6 receptions, which is insane, but that's how he functions. Isaac Tesla, one of my guys. Love Tesla. I think he's very draftable. 2 receptions, 2 targets. He's got a touchdown. He's got some yardage. He's a red zone target. They talk him up. The coaches love this guy. They traded 2 third-round picks for him. They moved up to get him. He's a great blocker. He's one of the best down the field blockers in the draft class at wide receiver. So the Lions knew what they were getting into and they drafted this guy. They want to get him on the field more. He is a scroll down option. Take him as your wide receiver 3 in this format sometimes. Khalif Raymond, I think, is more interesting to me than Darius Slayton at this point, but also, I'm not sure if I'd draft any of him. Yeah, there's a lot of ways to get there, but at the end of the day, you just have to have the right guys, right? So sometimes in best ball, getting to the right guy, you might get there in a roundabout way where the guy you needed as a receiver, you took him because you wanted to stack him with the quarterback, or vice versa. Or maybe you're team stacking, you're taking a teammate that you wouldn't have been drafting, but you want to team stack a little bit, and then it gets you onto some different picks. Or you're doing a bring back, and you wouldn't normally draft this player, but he's a bring back against your main stack, and so you're using that bring back, and that gets you to a new player you wouldn't normally pick. So sometimes I feel like you can get off of your own kind of brainwave, your own kind of road into a less traveled kind of strategy or path, using some of these kind of tactics around bringbacks, stacking, things like that. Put Vikings defense and starting and Cardinals on my bench. I would. Yeah, I think I would. Yo, what's up? What's up, Damien? How we doing, brother? Happy Friday. Thanks for jumping in. What you got here? Give Chuba and DJ Moore for Kyron and Shaheed. I don't know. We were talking about Chuba earlier. It kind of depends what format. So PPR, half point PPR. Chuba is still getting that workhorse role for the Panthers. Dowdle's not really eating into it yet. Trevor Etienne's not really doing anything. So Chuba's been pretty efficient in the passing game, looking pretty good so far. It's where he has those 2 touchdowns. And I think there's more yards to come for him on the ground. But he's getting used a lot. DJ Moore is also getting used a fair amount. He just hasn't hit pay dirt yet with the touchdowns. They've been going to Ramadunze. I think the pendulum can swing back in his favor a little bit. So I'm cool with Chuba and DJ Moore. The best player in this trade might be Kyron, or it might be Chuba. I also am not out on Kyron. We know Blake Corum's starting to work more in. Not a whole lot yet, though, but he's working in and he's looking pretty good when he's doing it. Got the touchdown. The coach speak says they want to use Kyron 2/3 of the time and they want to use Corum 1/3 of the time, but they want to use Corum more than they have historically. Last year, Kyron was getting about 85, 90% plus snaps. So pretty legendary territory, elite territory. Not a lot of running backs get close to that. And then, yeah, not a whole lot in the passing game for either one of them right now. I think it's close. I don't think Shaheed's that bad of an option, but I feel like Chuba to Kyron is close enough that I prefer DJ Moore over Shaheed. But Shaheed, honestly, the Kellen Moore offense for the Saints is throwing the ball a ton, a really high pace of play. So that's attractive. Shaheed, I'm starting Shaheed as my wide receiver 3.5 point PPR in my home league right now. Yeah, dude, Bijan is going off, no doubt. That's probably my strongest take of the week is we're going to see Bijan go off, and then the rest of the season, it's Bijan the 101 everywhere, and it's too late. And, everyone's going to be like, oh, obviously it was Bijan the whole time. The dude, he's getting more work in the passing game than ever. And even with Algier spelling him on some runs, he's hyper efficient. He's getting the high value touches. Bijan to the moon. Falcons offense is doing good. Penix can keep the drives live, making some big plays. And their defense is good, can get some turnovers and give them more opportunities on offense. It's pretty fun. So then, the last piece is the wide receivers on the Ravens. The one, the only, the year 3 breakout, our guy, the explosive Zay Flowers, killing it this year. He still needs more touchdowns, but the yardage is insane. He's in Malik Neighbors territory and he's going undervalued. So I'm going to have Flowers up high in my rankings above ADP. DeAndre Hopkins is also looking pretty nice, honestly. Definitely playable. 2 touchdowns. Can you make it 3? Some big plays, about 50 yards per game. So a discount Jameson Williams, you could call it. Devontae Walker, not trustworthy, hard to get there. Tylan Wallace, exact same thing. Rashad Bateman has been the biggest loser of the DeAndre Hopkins acquisition. And so I think Bateman, though, I mean, am I missing anything? Is he injured right now? Like, is there anything else going on with Bateman that I'm forgetting? Nope. He just gets paid and then he stinks. So Bateman is still draftable, though. But I'm taking Hopkins in front of Bateman for sure. Crazy. Oh, yeah. Yeah, let's go. Wheels up. No, I know what you're talking about for sure. I remember that. Yeah, no, I remember. It's fun when you look back in the interdivisional matchups for teams and you just know that a guy like puts up a ton of fantasy points in certain matchups, like Bijan versus the Panthers is just like a good one. I think it was last year. It was Drake London against the Bucks was like a big one. Yeah, that makes sense. Consolidate it a little bit. Game stacks. Love to see it. Okay, last thing before we get into some drafts. What I'm going to do is I'm looking at 2025, all weeks, all positions, half PPR, and then for first we're going to look. Let's do Baltimore first, and we're going to sort it by Whopper. That's the weighted opportunity. So it's a weighted average that incorporates a player's share of team targets and share of team air yards. So this is we're looking at the pass catchers here because we know which running backs are good. The running backs We already figured that part out. The part that we need to get more clarity on is there are so many wide receiver options. Signal from the noise. How can we pick the right ones? And in what order should we be picking them in? Holy smokes. Zay Flowers with a 99% Whopper. That's probably the highest in the entire league. I mean, I could unfilter and sort. Let's unfilter for Baltimore. Let's sort. No, it's Jason's actually higher. Zay Flowers number 2. Garrett Wilson neighbors. So it's one of the highest, but incredibly high, historically high. I'm thinking back to other full seasons of data. You see receivers in the 30 to 60 range, but the 99 range, insane. So Zay Flowers, a high priority here. The reason why DeAndre Hopkins is lower is because he only has those 4 targets, those 4 receptions, and not an insane amount of air yards. His air yards is not what's holding him back, though. It's the touchdowns that are giving him a ton of fantasy value, and those aren't really being valued in this metric. So he's discounted there, but only 8% of the target share is what's killing his Whopper. The 22% air yard share is bringing it back up. But Bateman also with a respectable 17% share. It's low, but it's not the end of the world. And then 16% air yard share. Really low racer though, a 0.3 racer. That's his ability to convert air yards into receptions yards, receiving yards. Terrible. So Bateman continue to fade, but we're have to scroll down on him eventually. If we took Lamar and then we were like couldn't stack him anyway, maybe you just go like naked Lamar and not take a stack with them. But at the same time, you could always get Bateman with your last click. It seems like so maybe sprinkle in some Bateman. Yo, what's up, disbanded brotherhood? Hope you're doing well. Happy Friday, brother. What's up? Okay, so that's the Ravens. Let me do who would be next? It would be Detroit Lions. I mean, honestly, I guess I can select more than one. I might as well just select them all. I was really just trying to focus on. Well, I can focus on this game because then we'll talk about it from there. But trying to make it easier to see it all at once. Amon-Ra, 81% Whopper, killing it. Incredible. A third of the air yards, 40% of the target share, 1.3 racers, looking really good. Jameson Williams, he is killing it with almost 50% of the air yard share. That's where he comes in strong. That's what's floating his number for that 55% Whopper. Yo, what's up, Meg? How we doing? Happy Friday night. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. And okay, so then we talked about Bateman, talked about Hopkins. We didn't see when we talked about the Ravens. We didn't see the tight ends in these numbers because they haven't done anything yet. But Laporta shows up now. Pretty respectable target share for a tight end, 14%. It could be a lot better, honestly, but he's able to convert a lot of his air yards into production. I mean, he doesn't have a whole lot of production yet, but historically, what he's been able to do, I think he can get us there. Brock Wright is kind of a funny option if we're able to get to that, but I don't know. Tesla is a super low Whopper because he only has those 2 targets, 2 receptions, but it's what he's done with it. That's weird. It's showing Tesla doesn't have a touchdown, which I don't know why that would show that way. Is it because I'm going to unselect? That's so weird. It's only showing 1 target, 1 reception for Tesla, and it's not showing his touchdown. So something's gone wrong. We have all weeks in here. That's weird. It's messed up. It's a bad stat. Something's going wrong with the site. They're not feeding through the full data for Tesla. I thought Laporta looked kind of weird too, but let's go confirm. pull it up on ESPN and then go look at the Lions. Well, that's week 1, but we'll still get there. I already had it open. We were just looking at this. I opened it. Yeah, Tesla has 2 with a touchdown. And Laporta has 9 on 13. Yeah, I thought that looked weird. They're like, what is going on? It's only showing 1 week of the Lions data. Huh. Well, that's no good. It's only showing week 2. There's no data for week 1. Okay. Well, that means we're done looking at that because it doesn't make any sense just to look at week 2. I think we figured it out, though. Boom. Here we are. We are going to be drafting some primetime Palooza drafts. Whoops. Yeah, I'm tweeting this out right now. Drafting the primetime Palooza on Underdog now. Let's go. And then vote in the poll too. I'm about to close the poll on YouTube and check to see. Let's see how many likes we're at. We've got 8 likes. We gotta get that number up for sure. But I'm gonna end the poll now. If you haven't already voted, go ahead and vote in the poll. Let's see what the answer is. Yeah. Times are rough. Pretty much everyone has a QB injured at this point. So no surprise there. Okay. Only one thing left to do. We're about to get into some primetime Paloozas in this Sunday night and Monday night slate. And there's a lot of options. There's so many options. There's a primetime playbook. $1,100 people. It's a smaller size tournament for 1,000. The primetime Palooza is my favorite. 14,000 people. It's pretty big. For 12.5, but it's a big tournament. The hurry up is a $3 20 max, half the size. For 2, it's pretty nice. And there's the bomb, $100 5 max, 216. So that would be $54 drafts 54 individual drafts. There'll be 54 teams with Malik Neighbors, 54 teams with the Amon-Ra St. Brown. So pretty small tournament, the smallest. Also the lowest rake, 7% rake, very low. For $5,000, still a big number. So that's pretty interesting. The kind of like draft to draft volatility in that one though is a little bit off-putting, but could be a fun one if you're in the zone and you drafted a bunch of these primetime paloozas on those smaller dollar amounts and you go up to a big one if you're feeling like you can hit. And then primetime drive, $25 for 2,000. It's also a smaller tournament. Twice the size, more than twice the size of the $100. Less payout though. Primetime bash, single entry, $5, 1,000. I guess that's similar to the playbook, but you just only get one entry. Because the playbook was a $5, 33 and 5, same, still 11,000 people with 1,000 up top. I guess in this one, you just feel better that no one's multi-entering it. I don't know though. What's the value of a single entry in this versus doing a single entry in the other? I don't know if it's that different. Okay, let's start this off by looking at the ADP and then probably jumping into a prime time hurry up. We go to rankings, NFL, Sunday Night Football, Monday Night Football. Just as I expected, Gibbs goes 1, Henry goes 2, Lamar Jackson the first QB. Let's look at the QBs. So you're only drafting 4 QBs. They're all 4 getting drafted. But we've got Lamar Jackson at 3, Mahomes at 10. Mahomes was going closer in the other slate where you also had Josh Allen. But then instead of Goff, you had Tua. So less competitive on the QB side. Mahomes was going closer to pick 7 or 8. 6, 7, or 8. So Mahomes' ADP has been falling because people are more willing to take Goff than they were Tua. Russell Wilson, super cheap. He's going in the last round, which is where he should be, but still a good value, I think. Gibbs and Henry in their own tier. Break to Montgomery like I thought. A small break again to Scadaboo. And then they've got Pacheco and Hunt there. I'd probably go Tracy ahead of both of those guys. And then Hill is showing some value. But I mean, Tracy's already a last round pick. So is Hunt. I think once you get past these guys, no one's really getting drafted. It's a scroll down, but there's really no one worth drafting in this range after Tracy. You could argue Hill. Wide receivers are deep this week. We got Neighbors, Amon-Ra, Zay Flowers, then a tier break to Jamison Williams. It should be a bigger break than that. I think Wandale is actually a better pick than Jamison. He is injured though, so there's some concern there. Worthy, I think, is a better pick than Jamison, but he's also injured. Hollywood Brown with Worthy active and playing is a very bad pick, I think. Bateman is a very bad pick. His ADP is 20. It could be lower. It should be lower than that. There's some name recognition. Hopkins looks undervalued. We're going to have a lot of Hopkins. I think Thornton is undervalued. He's a last round pick. He should be going where he is, but he's still a good pick there. Slayton, I don't like. Tesla, I do like. So Tesla is going to be my scroll down. Thornton is going to be a scroll down. Hopkins is going to be a value. Wandale and Worthy are going to be value. Zay Flowers is a value. Tight end. There's really only 2 good options again. Kelsey and Laporta. In the last slate where you had Kelsey and Kincaid, Kelsey went around 6. Kincaid went around 12. So Laporta getting a little bit of that rise. Kelsey a little bit of a fall. Mark Andrews with the name recognition still going around 16.6. I feel like that's a little overvalued because he hadn't really shown out yet. Theo Johnson, last round pick, terrible. Isaiah Likely coming back from the injury. We should see a dip in production. Noah Gray, Brock Wright, punt, tight end, tactic with the scroll down options there. I'm going to highly prioritize trying to get Kelsey or Laporta. They go around, before pick 12. So they're both going in round 3. So you want to get one of these guys in round 3 as fast as you can. Probably why we're seeing Mark Andrews go where he does is because he's going at the 4-5 turn, and the tight ends are terrible after that. So I'm going to be highly concentrated around Kelsey and Laporta where I can, and I probably still do want Mark Andrews, but you can make the argument that Theo Johnson is kind of equally viable in this current season with what we've seen from Mark Andrews, which is scary because Theo Johnson's terrible. Yo, what's up, Tyler? How we doing, brother? Happy Friday. Hope you had a good week and are looking forward to a good weekend. Thanks for stopping in. About to draft some primetime paloozas. We're looking at these Sunday night game between the Chiefs and the Giants. We're looking at the Monday night game, probably the most exciting game of the week, the Lions and the Ravens. Hey, thanks, man. Yeah, doing good. I'm actually going out of town this weekend. I'm driving to Austin tomorrow, so I'll be hitting the road in the morning with the whole fam, going to visit the family. So be gone for the weekend. Hopefully can get some nicer weather out there. It's still been hot here in Houston, as you know. All right, so kind of all of those position groups taken together. You want to go running back or receiver early. I'm going to be a slight fade on Lamar Jackson. Mahomes seems like a pretty good value if you can get him with your 3rd pick. If you miss out on the top running backs, you want to prioritize Montgomery. Oh, nice. Yeah, it's too damn hot here in Houston. It's hot out there in Austin too. It's a little bit drier though. It might be nice. We'll see what it's like. You're going a bunch in November. Nice. Yeah, we're going to meet my new niece. I got a new baby niece to go meet. She was born last week, so we're gonna go hang out with the fam around Austin. So I'll be there this weekend. I'll be there all weekend. I need to hit up my boys who live there, my guys who still live out there, and see what they're up to. I haven't texted them yet, but you know how it is with guys. You just text them the minute that you want to do something. You don't have to plan too much ahead. I've got some options. We'll see. Maybe we'll see. Dang. I should go to what time is the game tomorrow? I think the game's at noon. I don't think I can make the game at noon, but I should. Isn't the game at noon? I thought, is it a late game? It is a late game. It's a 7 o'clock game. Holy shit. I should go to this game. I'd get tickets. They're going to destroy Sam Houston. The Horns are going to destroy Sam Houston. Probably the worst team they've played in years. I should go to that game. Okay. My new calling is to go to the Longhorn game tomorrow night. I forgot that it was a 7 p.m. game. I don't know how it slipped my mind. Because I knew I was going to Austin this weekend. And so I was like, oh. You know. Been a busy week, I guess. I didn't really put 2 and 2 together. I'm literally going to be in town. It's a late game. I need to go to that game. I need to hit up some of my boys who might go to that game as well. At this rate, though, we're getting bad tickets. Well, you probably get some decent tickets. There's going to be a lot of people who have season tickets who might be willing to not go to this game. It's going to be a fun one. Hey, thanks, brother. Yeah, appreciate that. Appreciate that. Visiting the little baby Nisi. Yeah, easy game. Easy game, hopefully. At the same time, maybe we're trying to buy late tickets to a game right now. We're going to get jacked up prices. But worst case scenario, I'm going to go hang out with my bros at their place, go visit them, drop off the kids, the wifey, the dog at the in-laws' house. And they're all chilling with the aunties and the new baby. I'll go out at night with the boys. And at least if we don't go to the game, we either go out to a bar in Austin, a sports bar or something, or we could just chill at one of their places, one of their cribs, and kick it and watch the game. So I'm now excited for tomorrow night. I mean, I've been excited for this weekend, but now it's all coming together. Been getting through this week, and now it's time to focus on the weekend plans. Yeah, I'm excited. In this draft, you go running back early, or you prioritize Montgomery, or you punt and you go Tracy super late. That's the move. There's 4 options: early, middle, or late. And then the alternate of Tracy would be going to Pacheco or Hunt late instead. I'm going to it's going to be tough to get to Scatterbo on this one then with the options available. But I want more than none. Wide receivers, hammer early, slight fade on JMO. It's going to be tough to get Goff stacked up because everyone's going to be trying to stack Goff. So pay attention to who's been drafting what Detroit players. Does the Lamar Jackson team have a bunch of Detroit pieces? And then so you're safe. Or is everyone going to be fighting for Goff? Probably not, though, because Mahomes and Lamar Jackson go so much earlier. You have some visibility too. Does the team who doesn't have a QB, it's you and them, are you playing chicken on Goff? Or is he definitely going for Russell Wilson and you can continue to push Goff? That's an interesting point. Kelsey and Laporta would pair nicely with these early running backs or receivers. Tough to get him if you need Montgomery there. It's going to be tough to get Wandale a lot because of where Laporta and Kelsey are going. Same thing with Worthy, but Worthy should be pulled up a little bit. I guess Worthy goes far enough down. Goff's right there too. Once you get around pick 16, people start having to draft for what position they have remaining, whether it's tight end or QB or flex. So you can push some players around ADP a lot more easily. Okay, we're not going to set ranks. We're going to draft off ADP for these first ones. Maybe we'll set ranks if we come back to it. They don't make it easy to find these. There's so many options in these battle royales. Let's kick it off with the primetime hurry up. It's a $3 draft. Of course, I have my best ball overlay showing my exposures. Right now it's showing all of my tournament exposures because I drafted some prime times. Oh, no, no, that's showing the ADP. I was like, well, how would it show my exposures? I was like, is it pulling in my exposures from the primetime paloozas I did on the Thursday night slate? I wouldn't have had Gibbs there, but no, just the ADP. It'll start to show the exposure after we drafted more of these. We'll keep that down for now, but that'll help us keep track of our unique combinations after we get a few under the belt. I think I can zoom in just a bit. Yeah, I'll zoom in a bit there. I'm in the 4 spot. That means I'm likely to get... Ooh, Neighbors and Monroe kind of start would be sick. Or you go Lamar with Zay Flowers and you get the stack right off the bat. That's kind of a fun way to play it too. Because it's the first one, I'm going to try to play it closer to ADP and scoop up some value and see how the board falls. And then once I get going and I've got a few under the belt, I can do something. See, Lamar Jackson goes pick 2, so that didn't expect to see that. People are fading Derrick Henry. They're afraid of Derrick Henry, it looks like. Well, not really that afraid. He goes number 3. I'm in the clock. I am going to go Neighbors and Amon-Ra. Flowers looking real nice too, though. I mean, the combination that you needed in week 2, what are the odds it's the same combination you need in week 3? But at the same time, hard to pass up. Fingers crossed Montgomery's there at pick 12. At the same time, this might be the team to play late running back, where I actually don't really necessarily want Montgomery on the St. Brown team. Although the Lions can put up enough points like we saw them do in week 2, where you don't have to worry about like negative correlation of the same players on a team, like running back and wide receiver. I think logically, I still do want to play it that way most of the time, assuming that it's going to be closer to the game total of what, like 50 points, and not, the Lions actually scoring 50 points on their own. Wow, Laporta goes 7 there. Kelsey 9. So yeah, I would have taken Kelsey or Laporta at 12 easily. I think I'll still take Montgomery there. I don't want to have to take Mahomes there unstacked, but Mahomes is still, Mahomes rushing upside's been insane, like we've been saying. If I do Mahomes, I go Worthy. If no Mahomes, I'm going Montgomery. And then the other drafter with Laporta has Lamar Jackson, but I can't pass up on Goff because Goff is going to go to this drafter with Gibbs and Montgomery, or with Williams, if I don't take him. So I'm screwed at tight end. I'm playing late running back. If I'm playing late running back, do I want Mahomes and Worthy, or do I want to go Goff? I think I want to go Mahomes and Worthy. Best available QB. I mean, I had both of the late options to go, and I could have pushed it. But look, I have a pretty good faith in Mahomes. Getting him a slight fall in ADP, it's not that big, but... And then you definitely want him with Worthy now, since I did take him. So, I mean, I'm stacked at wide receiver, assuming Worthy's healthy. Goff goes to the Montgomery drafter, so that's a curveball. It looks like the guy who had Gibbs and Jameson Williams to double stack with Goff ends up, he's going to have to take Russell Wilson completely unstacked. He goes Kelsey Andrews just to punch us in the gut even further. Since we punted tight end and running back, man, it's going to be ugly. Do we just pivot to Noah Gray at this point? Damn. I think I'll just go with Theo if he's there, and then I guess I do take Likely. Get some more data on Likely. Let me pull it up real quick in Sleeper on my phone while the draft is going. And I'm on the clock. Let me see if I can get there in the next 10 seconds. So Isaiah Likely, I've been hearing some things. I think he's likely to play. He's limited at practice Friday. I think I'll go Likely here. And then, like I was saying, I kind of want to take Tracy over Pacheco or Hunt. But at the same time, do we bank on a Pacheco bounce back game since I've got Mahomes? Okay, this is what we're going to do. Normally, I would go Tracy over Pacheco there. I'm going to take Pacheco because I'm getting a little bit of value on him. Not much, but a little bit. Not really, actually. The stack with Mahomes to me makes sense. I'm betting on Neighbors being the only viable piece in the Giants and really dominating again. Then I want Worthy stacked up with Mahomes. Pacheco is going to punch some in. and have an actual good game, which I think he has potential. Like, it's possible that he can do it. We've seen it before, right? Maybe I go Tracy for the bring back. I don't know. I'm on the fence still. Probably shouldn't. Either way, you know, that's the choice right there. That's where it splits off. But the wide receivers are really strong. Terrible at tight end, punt running back. Strong at QB and wide receiver for the first squad. Let's see who the last picks are. Who are we scrolling down for? Thornton, Hunt, and then, yeah, the Russell Wilson last pick unstacked. If Mark Andrews and Travis Kelce are the guys you need completely unstacked, I'd be surprised. And that's how that one goes. Let's get back into another prime time. Hurry up, a $3. What's the max? $2,000? $60 to enter, to max enter. I don't think I'm going to max it. Let me look to see do about like 5 to 10 of these and see how we feel with the exposures, with the combinations I can get. I'm going to go look in the Coach Speak Index Discord to get more intel on Likely. I already read something about him earlier today. I think they're expecting him to play and all of that stuff. But Sleeper is not too convincing me right now. Too convincing for me. Okay, today. No, it's not today. This is from 4 days ago. John Harbaugh. No, there's got to be more recent coach speak for the Ravens than that. Discord not loading. It looks like it. So I'm in the 4 spot again. Incredible. Yeah, 4 days ago, John Harbaugh. I don't see anything unlikely there. Oh no, it was a week ago. A week, they said, John Harbaugh said, I'm encouraged by the progress that Isaiah Likely is making. He's in a good place. So that's what I read. That is pretty encouraging. What I saw on Sleeper was less encouraging. Yo, what's up, Cody? How we doing, brother? Happy Friday. I have a wild trade, 12-man PPR, 4-man bench. Ooh, that's pretty thin on the bench. Trade Connor, Ridley, Sutton, Ayuk for Jettis, Aaron Jones. Yeah, sign me up. Because I want Jefferson. Aaron Jones, he's going to be out 4 weeks on the IR. He's probably going to be out another 2 or 3 weeks after that with a high re-aggravation risk because of his age, because of the nature of the hamstring injury. We saw how long Nico Collins was out. Ooh, Neighbors goes 101. We saw how long Nico Collins was out for last year. 6 weeks with the hamstring. It seems pretty severe. So here's what you're going to have to do. You're going to have to say, okay, I'm getting literally nothing out of Aaron Jones for most of the season, but I get Justin Jefferson. And is Justin Jefferson worth getting rid of Connor, Ridley, Sutton, Ayuk? Yes. Because Ayuk's not doing anything for you right now. Sutton's not doing anything for you right now. Hardly. I mean, Sutton's not doing much. Ridley, tough to trust because of the Cam Ward situation right now. But it could get better. James Conner's that best piece in that, but you want the best player in the trade, and you're getting that with Justin Jefferson. Have some faith. I think Carson Wentz will be serviceable. I still think JJ McCarthy can be good when he comes back too. And you've got JSN, Malik Neighbors, and Kamara, then you're set. Add Justin Jefferson to that team. Truly an elite starting squad in a 12-man team. If the benches are that shallow, like you're saying, I assume your waiver wire is full of goodies. So you can trade away those players and then have some pull up some guys on your waiver wire that will have a lot of upside you're going to want. So I get Lamar Jackson here at the 4, take Zay Flowers at 5 for that natural stack. The running backs have dried up quickly. We're doing a late running back approach again, but I'm going to get my first choice at tight end. Do I go Kelsey or Laporta? There goes Kelsey. I'm going to take Laporta, and then Wandale is how I want to play this. Perfect. Laporta, bring back this stack. And then we get some Wandale Robinson. Hell yeah. Yeah, I love to see it. I love it when you can get the best player in a trade. And someone's always worth it, because then there's the value over the replacement of all of those guys you gave up, but you couldn't even start them all at the same time. A lot of those guys were riding your bench anyways, and the replacement of guys on your waiver wire over those guys that were on your bench is not going to be that different. But the difference between starting Justin Jefferson or James Conner in your flex is incredibly big. It's huge. Same thing with Justin Jefferson over Ridley. It's a huge benefit to be able to have Justin Jefferson. I'm mad that Hopkins went there, because I thought this would be a good team for Hopkins. I'm back on the clock with my last 2 picks. I need a running back, if not 2. I'm done at tight end. I don't want Bateman. I still think Tyquan Thornton's pretty interesting. This is a Tyrone Tracy team. How much different do I get here? Do I go Tesla? Go Tracy. Tracy and Wandale. Thornton is such a thin bet. And so is Tesla. I think Pacheco is the smarter play here. He's just going to get more work. He's going to have more opportunities. We think the Chiefs want to be in a game environment where they're running the clock out. I think if I had Mahomes, I'd go Thornton there. But without him, well, I just had Mahomes and I did take Pacheco, but that was because it was a single running back option. I'm going late RB, but 2 guys that can have big games. Lamar, Flowers, Laporta, bring back. Got Wandale and Tracy in a game stack. Well, they're all game stacks, but 2 pieces of that offense, and then Pacheco. I like getting Laporta at 12, and then the Flowers Jackson at 4-5 feels really good. Primetime Palooza number 2 is down. Let's go do another one. Just scrolling all the way down here to get to this hurry up. Not Palooza, it's a hurry up. We're 2 in. Let's get to the third one. Classic location error. Do a quick refresh. Might have to enter from my phone if we get that again, but it's no big deal. Know how to solve this. Okay, a hurry up, a $3 draft. We're feeling out these ADPs. We're seeing what's possible. And before we get into some primetime Palooza, the $10 or maybe even a $5 playbook or a $25 the bomb. Or no, what's the $25 is called something else. I think the bomb is the $100. Let's go. So many good players in these prime. That's another reason why I really like these primetime Paloozas. Even the game last night was fun. The Dolphins and the Bills. a good amount of, fantasy options between those games. You have the concentration around Hill, Waddle, and Achane for the Dolphins. But then on the Bills side, it couldn't be more spread out. You had Coleman, Shakir, Palmer was an option. I drafted way too much Josh Palmer. Ended up having him on I think 6 out of my 10 teams. Way too much. He did nothing. 1 catch, 5 yards. But, and we're still waiting on one. Perfect time to go look at my live primetime Palooza from the Thursday night slate. I've got this one here that's an almost a top 300 team. We're getting close though. Tua, so I got my late pay down at QB. It worked out fine. I did hit on James Cook with my first round pick. I've got Tyrone Tracy waiting. I've got Xavier Worthy waiting. Tyreek Hill was a fine pick. Dalton Kincaid was the tight end you probably need to have. Unless it's Kelsey going forward, but I'm excited for this one. If I can get Tracy and Worthy to put up some numbers, score a touchdown or two, this team could pay off for me. And the rest of them are dead because they have some combination of Palmer or Washington who didn't do enough. So these teams are going to fade. They're not going to stay in those places. They're going to continue to fade once the second game in the slate kicks off and people start to realize more fantasy scoring. Because right now there's a lot of teams that are sitting there with zeros because the Sunday night game hasn't even started yet, of course, right? So, but I think that one team I showed that has 2 pieces in the Sunday night game with Worthy and Scadaboo, or no, Worthy and Tracy, could be good. All right, we're in the 3 spot this time. We're getting different. What's going to happen? Will this be a Lamar team at 3 or a Derrick Henry team? I'm going to take whoever's available at 3, so either Henry or Lamar Jackson. Even with what Henry did in week 2, I feel like it's hard to pass up on him. We're thinking that Cleveland Browns defense, hey, maybe they are better than I thought because they held Derrick Henry to 23 yards. Now Josh Jacobs going up against them in week 3. Question mark, should we be starting Josh Jacobs? I think you kind of have to. Okay, we're almost on the clock here. The 3rd overall pick in this prime time slate draft. It's Lamar. It always was. And, more that I think about it, it's like getting Lamar at the 4. You probably still get Lamar at the 3 and then Zay at the 6 a lot of times. So maybe it's not super different that I did that at the 4 or 5, but it still felt good and the right thing to do. Next time, since I've done that already now, I'll probably go. See, Zay does go at 5. I might, you get different combinations. So, I'm going to get Lamar Jackson and Amon-Ra this time. Getting Lamar and Neighbors is the one that I think is going to be the hardest to do. But Amon-Ra, Lamar Jackson also feels very nice considering they're playing the same game and you're getting that elite talent at wide receiver. Can I get Montgomery to come to 11? I feel like I should still take Kelsey or Laporta if either one of them's there over Montgomery. The whole reason being is that tight end is just such a scarce resource in these games with what's available. Montgomery goes. Wow, and Laporta goes. So Kelsey will go right here, and I'm going to miss out on tight end. That's a huge bummer. But I have to play this through the wide receivers. I'm going to get access to, Wandale gets pulled up to 10. I actually like that call. I think Wandale is the right pick there in a vacuum, but Kelsey is the right pick with the given lack of other good tight end options. I'm going to go Kelce. I just don't have any faith right now in Mark Andrews. And then at 14, I probably should have taken JMO there. I probably should have just taken JMO. But I don't want to miss out. Man, I don't know. I guess I'm in the right spot where I really should have considered JMO. And then if I don't get Kelce, I would have taken Mark Andrews. I could still take Mark Andrews. I'm going to go Hopkins later. So leave the light on for one more receiver. It's going to be Hopkins if I can get him. The double stack Chiefs without Mahomes, but with Lamar, because Lamar breaks the slate. You don't have to have Lamar stacked, but if you did, you might want him with Hopkins. Is kind of what I'm thinking. Mark Andrews has been such a dud, but if he's Scadaboo's there, I go Scadaboo. Mark Andrews there, I go him. Otherwise, Hopkins. Otherwise, Tracy. Or just Likely. Just punt and go Likely. Well, I mean, I don't even need Likely. Andrews does go. I'm on the clock here. Tesla went at 17. That's always fun. This guy's going hard on the Lions stack. Without Golf, though, it's kind of tough. Yeah. I really want Hopkins. I'm going to go Scadaboo because this drafter has to take a running back and then he has to take a tight end. He can't take Hopkins, so he's going to take Pacheco, Hunt, or Tracy, and then Theo Johnson or a Likely, and then I'll have Hopkins there as my last pick. Do I want Hopkins or Tracy? I guess I'll just go Hopkins. He's kind of on a roll. I mean, obviously, yeah, and then I could take Tracy with Scadaboo. They both could hit in the same week. It's viable, but maybe I shouldn't do that. Boom. DeAndre Hopkins, skinny stacked Lamar Jackson to bring back with Amon-Ra. I've got Scadaboo versus Worthy and Kelce. I'm seeing this team in the one spot. I don't like that they have Russell Wilson, but I guess you can just pay down at QB and it doesn't matter. I don't like that they have Bateman, but the Tesla, Laporta, Montgomery, Gibbs is pretty fun. Maybe you do play it through Gibbs and Montgomery. Goff is a non-factor, doesn't score any touchdowns. Laporta can still be the best tight end in this slate if none of them score. It's yardage based, and then Tesla maybe gets the lone touchdown or just has a big play and can pay off enough. Russell Wilson has to have like a rushing touchdown or something to get above all these other QBs and be completely unstacked. So I don't know. That's a tough one to get to for the draft from the one spot. If you get Henry, you end up with like and then you take Mahomes, you end up with like a bad stack there. I feel like if I have Henry, I'm going to want to go the Russell Wilson route. So I like getting Wandale there. Or go the Golf route. Take Golf at 15. He didn't make it to 15 in this one, but Laporta at 10, Jameson Williams at 7, or Montgomery at 7. You can go Derrick Henry, Montgomery. Seems like it'd be pretty strong. in a slate where it's impossible to have Gibbs and Henry, I feel like having one of those guys with Montgomery is actually pretty decent. It seems counterintuitive to have Gibbs and Montgomery on the same team, but you're just getting more power at the running back position than if you like weighted down for Pacheco or something. Primetime hurry up, number 4. Let's go. From the 2 spot. Okay, this is new. This will be different for sure. For sure. Gibbs or Henry, I'll just take the best available. I mean, I've got my Lamar team. I've got 2 Lamar teams now. 1 Mahomes team. What are we going to get into here from the 2 spot? It's kind of what I was just talking through. Like, you get Derrick Henry, maybe you reach up for Montgomery because it's a strong combo. Or is there a chance Montgomery comes back around to pick 10? And there is. I mean, there's going to be teams that have him there. So maybe I try to just take one of these receivers early. It ends up being JMO, though. Or Kelsey. More likely that Kelsey's there on the bring back, on the wraparound in round 3 than Montgomery, though. So maybe I do bring up Montgomery. Or, Wandale. So starts off with Gibbs and Derrick Henry. Let's see what these next 2 guys do. Okay. Either I go Derrick Henry and I just anchor with him at running back, or who would be really worth it to get as my RB2? If the combination of getting with Montgomery is not going to be that rare, and people are doing it like either the 7 spot or the 10 spot, and probably more often the 10 spot if they do it. Is it worth? I could do it at least once. Hit Lamar Jackson. Let's see if he goes in Monroe or if he goes Zay Flowers. The neighbors drafter, there's no way he passes on a Monroe. So then I'm looking at, do I want to reach up and take Worthy? I could do that and then try to get Mahomes at 10. I could take Montgomery really early at 7. Try to get Kelsey at 10. Do I want Laporta or Kelsey at 10? He goes to Monroe. So Zay Flowers is going to be there. Neighbors, Zay Flowers, pretty standard stuff. If not, though, do I want to go? Because he could still go Mahomes Kelsey on me. But if I take Mahomes here, there's a good chance I get either Kelsey or Worthy. Let me go late. Let me go late QB on this one. See if I can get Goff late. And leave myself open to the possibility I'm going to be able to get one of these tight ends now. And if Montgomery's still there, I'd probably do him. But it's kind of hard to pass up those like 2 tight ends. Yeah, he goes Laporta and Wandale. I think I go Montgomery. It seems really hard to pass up on Kelsey, though. because Kelsey will not come back around. But that's a sick start with JMO and Montgomery just getting a lot of Lions pieces in that Ravens game. Of course, Kelsey goes. The Amon-Ra drafter has Lamar Jackson, so I feel good about being able to get Goff at 15, and then Kelsey goes at 11. So the Mahomes, he's going to be able to draft Mahomes at 14. I get Goff at 15, and then yeah. Then I'll come back around and take tight end at 18. Probably Mark Andrews if he's still there, I hope. No, Mark Andrews should go right now. The Lamar Jackson drafter should take Mark Andrews right here at 13. So yeah, we're pretty much out on tight end. It's a punt tight end situation. How creative do I want to get? He goes Worthy. Probably the right call. Worthy, a good pick there. It's just now he's going to be in a tough spot for tight end. He can go likely late. That's smart. Yeah, grab the Worthy here, knowing you can go likely very late. Here goes Mahomes. If he doesn't get Mahomes, I think I'll have to do it. But I should be going Goff with Williams and Montgomery. He pushes Mahomes. Okay. Well, now I'm going to push Mahomes because the next drafter can only take Goff or Mahomes. So now I get Mark Andrews. Or do I take a receiver? No, I only need one more receiver. I can always scroll down. I'm going to take the bait on Mark Andrews. And then I take either Mahomes or Goff, whoever comes back around. I've never seen Mahomes going in the 5th round. Can you believe it? He goes Hopkins. He really should, yeah, go Mahomes. Even though he has the Gibbs-Laporta double stack, he still goes Mahomes at 17. How can you resist? I'm able to get my Goff here at 18, though, which is a nice spot to do it. But will this drafter take an unstacked Goff, or will he take Russell Wilson? And should I just take whatever receiver I want anyways right now? It's fine, because I'm going Tesla. What are the odds someone takes him ahead of me? So I could have assumed he wouldn't take Goff and made him take Russell Wilson over Goff for me to then get whoever I wanted first and then get Goff next. But at the same time, I'm going for Tesla, and I'm pretty sure they're not going to take him. If I don't get Tesla for some crazy reason, I'll just pivot to Tyquan Thornton. Or Bateman, but Bateman seems like a weird start to the season for him. And then, yeah, this guy has to go tight end here. This guy has to go QB. So I got Tesla. Nice. To win with the Lions while fading Amon-Ra and Jahmyr Gibbs doesn't seem like it would happen, but it could. There's a path, right? Total Tesla hype. 2 receptions, and he's still worth drafting. Mark Andrews, too. This is the team of the unproven receptions. I mean, Derrick Henry, Jameson Williams, Isaac Tesla, and then Mark Andrews. Could you get a lower target share among any combination of drafted players? I don't know if you could. Pretty low there. Let's do another one. That was the 4th one. That was fun for sure. I like getting different there. We draft another one. A $3 prime time. Hurry up. Number 5. Let's go. I wish I had a Tesla clip. I feel like Bindles and I were going to work on one of those at some point, but I don't think I have a clip for any of the players in the current slate, which is crazy. No, I have one for Cam Scattaboo, actually. I'm not going to run it, though. We've run the Scattaboo clip too much. I need to redo that clip as it is. In the 4 spot again. That last draft, if I could do something different, would I take Mahomes over Mark Andrews? I don't know. It would have had to be in like a Mahomes, Tyquan Thornton, Noah Gray team. Seems a little bit. Or just take naked Mahomes and say, you know what? Maybe that's the way I should have done it. Get different. He's got the rushing upside this season. Yeah, what's up, Anthony? Yeah, both of these games are so fun, right? Giants just came out of a big overtime shootout with the Cowboys. And we get them versus the Chiefs, which always fun team to watch in prime time. And then the Monday night game in Baltimore. These Lions and these Ravens, this is gonna be a really fun one. Really fun matchup. Okay. Neighbors and Amon-Ra St. Brown, super chalk start from the 4 spot. How can we scroll down the rest of this draft and get different and make this unique? I am going to try to take Russell Wilson with my very last pick. So prioritize running backs and tight ends and maybe just stick with these 2 receivers. Yeah, there's some fun ones. So for the Chiefs, I like Thornton. For the Giants, I think the Giants are the scroll downs I like the least at wide receiver. But then, I'm not really in on Slayton right now. I'd rather pay up for Wandale. But he has been expensive. For there goes Golf at 9. Wow. For the Lions, I like to scroll down for Tesla, of course, and then for the Ravens, if you did scroll down, it would be Tylen, or it would be Devontae. Fun to think about. Wandale. So I said I wouldn't do it, but I need the double stack there. Or Worthy. I think I do go Worthy here. They're both banged up. Wandale's hurt too. I don't know if I want the double stack. I feel like it is viable, but let me get a different piece of a different team. And then do I just go Mahomes here? Because I actually don't want these running backs. Okay, I thought I was going to wait on Russell Wilson. I'm actually just going to take Mahomes again. So this is exactly what I did last time. Neighbors, St. Brown, Worthy, Mahomes. And then the last time my tight end. Who did I end up taking? Let me look at this team. Pacheco and Likely is how I did that. So let's do something different than Pacheco and Likely. Should be easy enough to do. Even if I God, no, Gray, come on. 5 targets, 1 reception. Terrible. I can do it through Hunt and Likely. Tracy seems like the obvious one. If Theo's there, I guess he makes the most sense. I think that's the combo I want. Right? Theo. And then Tracy or Hunt. I think I want Hunt because I've already got Theo and Neighbors. Fade Tracy, go Hunt. I think that's the way to do it. I want to continue to go with the Chiefs. 2 Chiefs, 2 Giants, throwing them on Raw. No Ravens. That's so funny, Cody. Yeah, I'm not surprised. They're like, no way. In a 12-teamer, and this dude has Jefferson now. They're just mad, right? They're jealous. So the trade didn't go through? Because then Kamara and Connor and Sutton. I still want Jefferson, but it's getting expensive to lose Kamara too. They've vetoed it. There's vetoes in your league. That sucks. I stand by the rule where like vetoes should not exist. The only rule is the commissioner steps in if it's known collusion, and then if someone colludes, they're kicked out of the league, unless like they're really your boy and it's like a home league and you care about them being in the league. Then you just have to like punish them by like making them do something embarrassing, or or you do kick them out of the league. But I feel like you can't veto trades. If it's 2 people who want the trade to go through, everyone else is just jealous. That's weird. But it's been a while. The last time we had a trade vetoed in my home league that wasn't collusion was the last time we ever allowed vetoes, and it was 2015. And the guy who the trade got vetoed of, who wanted the deal to happen, he was pissy about it for like literally 5 years. And that was like 10 years ago. So like he's still, I mean, we can still bring it up and he'll get mad. That's crazy. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen them use Burchard enough. I feel confident about their Hunt usage to go there. Let's see. I'm to hurry up. That was number 5. Let's do another one. Starting to get in the flow. That's crazy, Cody. I'd be so mad if someone vetoed my trade. All right, let's go. From the 1 spot, finally. First draft in the 1 spot in this tournament. We will get Mr. Jahmyr Gibbs. Week 1 was pretty fluky. I mean, the Packers are a stout defense. The Lions didn't score a whole lot. But still, the 10 receptions, such a high floor with the receiving work. And then last game with the touchdown, the rushing efficiency. So what I've seen from a lot of these teams is the 8-9 pick. There's a lot of different ways you can go there. A lot of different ways to play this. I think Mahomes Kelsey could be really strong there. You could do Laporta and try to push Goff. You could take Worthy and Kelsey and try to push Mahomes, but I feel like people will take unstacked Mahomes. Anthony had a redraft league where in week 13 someone didn't set a lineup versus the commish. Yeah, that's tough. People not setting lineups is tough. And even in my very competitive home league, there'll be random weeks. Maybe it's 3 years ago, 4 years ago, where the guys just went out and partied, slept through the lineups, and didn't take players out of his lineup, didn't switch it all week long. And he started like dead players, injured players, not dead. He started injured players, he had dead roster spots going into some matchups, and he got scolded for that. But pretty much just benefits the team he's playing that week and no one else. Everyone else in the league's pissed about it. I mean, it always could be a situation. I gotta go Flowers there. Flowers, Kelsey. Because if I don't take Kelsey, I'm not gonna have access to a top tight end. Or do I want Laporta? I'm getting Zay. It's a nice little fall on Zay there. Kelsey, if I get Kelsey or Laporta. One of them's not coming back around. Who could I get at pick 16? Maybe Goff. I could do Wandale here. Or Worthy. I'm just going to go Kelsey. Probably should have gone Laporta in case I get Goff, but I'm assuming he's going to take Goff at the pick 12. So I'm going to end up going... See, then I should have gone Wandale because now I'm taking Russell Wilson, but It's tough. I have 3 good players. I have no way to stack them. Pacheco at 11. Interesting. This guy's definitely going to take Goff. And he gets Laporta. Wow. Yeah, what's up, Fancy Dog? How we doing, brother? The 16th like? Hell yeah. Appreciate you. Hope you're having a great Friday night, my friend. Hope you're doing good. Yeah, in the house. FD. Man, and Wandale almost came back around to me. I mean, it got close with the Pacheco reach. Yes, Worthy and Scattaboo here. This is ideal. Yeah, that's what I want. And I'll just take Russell Wilson, my last pick. I have Jahmyr Gibbs, Cam Scattaboo, Zay Flowers, Xavier Worthy, Travis Kelce. So at least I'm playing Russell Wilson with Cam Scattaboo. There's some synergy there. There's some pass catching ability there. Russell Wilson also could just get it done. Have enough points. Throwing to Neighbors in Wandale. Maybe he runs one in himself, like vultures from them, and then maybe Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, and Goff don't score enough points to meaningfully separate away from Wilson, where I can make up the difference with my Gibbs, Flowers, Kelce, and Worthy. Worthy could have a jet sweep, touchdown. That'd be nice. Yeah, the scat Russ is definitely the way to go. I like that call. Okay, likely goes. A bunch of tight ends in this one. It's Russell Wilson. I mean, obviously, not taking Cooper Rush. I can believe that. Boom, the first Russell Wilson squad, and maybe should have pivoted. I like the pick of Worthy at 16. Maybe should have gone Wandale over Kelce. But let's get another one. Let's do another $3 primetime hurry up. Number 7. Waiting on 3. And in. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad. I've drafted some fun teams. That one was good. I got the little faller on Zay Flowers to go with Gibbs. That feels pretty good. In honor of drafting our boy, our Scatterbro team, I'm going to get some water. I'm going to run the clip. And this draft is filling up. Don't go anywhere. More drafts coming up in 30 seconds. All right, from the 4 spot again. This is like the 3rd time from the 4 spot, so we're getting it's kind of a good spot to be in with all the talented players and how deep this draft is. Kind of a good spot to be in. This is the 4th time from the 4 spot because one time I did Jackson and Zay, and then the other no, maybe just this is the 3rd. This is the 4th, yeah, because then 2 times I did Amon-Ra and Neighbors. Look at those clips. I know. I know what you're saying, Anthony. The dude is a football guy. I think it's just Malik and Amon-Ra. You really can't get around it. Unless you go pivot to Zay. But why? That's a tough one. Neighbors, Amon-Ra, again, it is the chalkiest of chalk, but let's see how we can get different because we've always gone with Kelsey at 12. Not Kelsey, Mahomes at 12. I've done Mahomes at 12 both times. So I don't have one of these with Goff, and I don't have one of these with Russell Wilson. I can easily play this through Russell Wilson. If I play it through Goff, I got to take him at 13, essentially. Laporta Gibbs. That we could see Goff going right now. Mahomes. Laporta over Kelsey, but then takes Mahomes. Go figure. The excitement for Laporta feels real. Yeah, I might want to get different if I did if I had so many of these combos because my options are getting really limited with how I can build these teams. It's always a push running back. Montgomery never comes back around. So the question is, do I go Goff with these guys or do I take Wandale and get the late Wilson? So double stack for Wilson or Goff to Amon-Ra. I'm going to get weird. I'm going to push it and see what I can do this time because I do think it makes sense to get Wandale and double stack Wilson at least once, because it's such a concentrated passing offense, and I got access to Kelsey in this one, so I have the elite tight end for the slate. I'm still pushing running back, so that's where I need to get lucky now. But I can play it through Tracy, and it's like an onslaught of Giants with a Kelsey bring back and then a Monra and no Ravens pieces. So Tracy, Wilson. If someone takes Tracy for some reason, I could switch to Hunt. Goff going at 18. Completely unstacked. But that drafter would rather have Goff at 18 than Russell Wilson unstacked later, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Maybe he can backstack it with Tesla. So I go Russell Wilson, and then my running back will be Tyrone Tracy. Cool. So that's fun. It's like an onslaught of Giants. That's one way to get different. And for some reason, if this guy didn't want Goff and he tried to push it, I would have had Goff at 20. So that would have been different for sure. And I still would have done it, because then the Goff at 20 with Amon-Ra is pretty rare, I would think. Wide receiver, 6 in routes through the first 2 games, averaging over 30 per reception and over 15 per target. Slayton. Yeah, that's crazy though, because that's so interesting about the routes. That makes me feel even worse about Slayton, because he's playing that many. And I guess they played overtime, so there's an extra quarter there, an extra 10 minutes. But he's playing that many routes, and his production is like so low. Like, I think Slayton's completely undraftable. He's probably the best scroll down option. If for some reason I didn't have Wandale there, and I already had a running back, then I might take Russell Wilson and scroll down to get Slayton. It would make a ton of sense in that context. But the first game, he did nothing. The second game, 2 catches, 61 yards. There's a lot left to be desired for Slayton. It seems like it's the same thing as Tyquan Thornton, except Thornton actually had a good week 1 and scored. So it's just, and Thornton even goes undrafted. Tesla, he's got a similar yardage and a score on 2 receptions. Juju even had a really decent week 1, a bad week 2. Very similar to Slayton, but more of a PPR scam. I don't think Singletary is very viable in this format. I just don't think he can be enough to get you there. Even if he scores, I don't think he has enough yardage to matter. Devontae Walker could be the scroll down you need. Brock Wright could be a pivot if you get screwed at tight end. Theo Johnson went undrafted because someone took Likely in this one. That's pretty cool. Yeah, it's a lot of routes. Yeah, I do think that makes sense. Yes, sir. This is the prime time hurry up, aka the prime time palooza. The hurry up is the $3. The prime time palooza is the $10. But what this is, it's a 4-person battle royale draft with only 2 games in the entire tournament. You get the primetime games, the Sunday night game
Chiefs at Giants, and the Monday night game, Lions at Ravens. So it's pretty fun. I've done 7. This will be number 8. Let's go. And I hit the 1 spot. Here we go. Another Jahmyr Gibbs team. I have to think about how I can build this one out a little differently. The last team I did that I had Gibbs on was this one. Russell Wilson, Gibbs, Scattaboo, Flowers, Worthy, Travis Kelce. I like it, but I would rather probably have Wandale on that team, it looks like. Honestly, staying outside of the draft in kind of this active draft window is a good way to do it because it's such a small draft board. Kind of makes sense just to keep it here. Yeah, Fantasy Dog, it's my first year drafting these primetime Paloozas. I wasn't really interested in them before, like in last year, but I started doing them in week 2, and they're really fun. I really like this format where you galaxy brain 2 primetime slate games. You're just trying to draft guys that are going to get touchdowns, and you win. So Gibbs, and then 8-9 here. Either Mahomes, Kelce. I can do the Laporta. I can do Laporta, Wandale. So I decided to go Gibbs, Laporta, Wandale. Wow, Bateman goes. Mahomes goes unstacked. That's good for me. Let's see. Does this drafter want Goff at 12-13, or can I get Goff at 16? If I can't get Goff for my double stack with Gibbs, Laporta, at least I'll have access to, of course, Russell Wilson stacked up with Wandale. I think Wandale is a good piece for that. He goes Montgomery. I think he's going to take Goff here. Montgomery at 12 is nice. I was thinking it was almost impossible. Not impossible, but it was very unlikely we would see someone get Montgomery to go with Neighbors Brown because he's the 3rd best running back. What it takes is someone reaching up on Bateman for a double stack with Lamar. Very egregious. And Kelce falls to 13. But, wow, the triple stack with Lamar now. And yeah, I'm going to be able to get Goff here, so that's nice. I don't have to take Russell Wilson. Worthy Goff. Feels pretty sick. I'm probably not going to have an RB2. Just stick with Gibbs. I'll have Wandale, Worthy, who I think I would have considered taking right where I took Wandale, but I still get him. And then go ahead and do Goff. Now, I'm behind at tight end, or not tight end, because I have Laporta. I'm not behind anything. I have a luxury pick. I can take a running back or a wide receiver with my last pick. It's time to scroll the F down. So is this where we want Slayton? I don't have any Ravens pieces. I don't have any Ravens. I don't have any Giants. Let me go to the draft. The last pick here. We have all these deep threats. I kind of want Tyquan Thornton. I think Tyquan Thornton could be fun. Might have made sense to go Tesla there, stacked with Goff, but 1, 2, 3 pieces, 2 pieces, Wandale. There weren't any Ravens I wanted because Hopkins was gone. Be a big scroll down for Devontae Walker. That could have been possible though. Oh yeah, that could have made sense. I could have even done Tyrone Tracy. Could have made a lot of sense too. Maybe I should have just done Tyrone Tracy. I bet you Tyrone Tracy median outcome's a lot better than Tyquan Thornton. I mean, but Thornton's been putting up some numbers. Very low volume, high efficiency. He's kind of like a poor man's Jameson Williams. 41, 59, and 1 on 4 catches. Jameson Williams, 23, 108, and 1 on 6 catches. And then, of course, Hopkins. I was saying how much I wanted to, like, get overexposed to Hopkins. I didn't draft him a single time, I don't think. I might have drafted him once so far. He's like a rich man's Tyquan Thornton. Do I have Hopkins even once? I thought maybe I stacked him once if I'm lucky with Lamar. Now I can't remember. Exposure. Yeah, I have Hopkins once. I have a lot of Worthy. That makes sense. 5 times out of 8. I drafted from the 4 spots so often. I have a lot of them on Raw. 4 out of 8. 4 out of 8. I knew I'd be overexposed to Kelsey. I'm 2 Laporta teams, so I'd like that to be higher. Yeah, Tyquan seems fine. Has Hunt scored? I thought he didn't. No, he hasn't. Yeah, Hunt is just searching for a touchdown. Is his kind of why you'd play him. So I very evenly distributed on the QBs. That's kind of fun. Very evenly distributed on the running backs. Wide receivers, I'm jamming Worthy. I got lucky. I have a ton of them on Raw. I'm jamming Wandale. I got lucky. I have a lot of neighbors. And then I don't have a ton of the rest. Tight ends. Skewed Kelsey so far. A little bit Laporta, but I should have even more Laporta. 1 more Laporta and no Theo Johnson would have been nice. Or no likely. Or apparently we'll see. I don't know about Andrews. Yeah, I think there's just opportunity, right? Mahomes has been running those balls in. Mahomes is not going to be running them in for forever. Mahomes has 2 rushing touchdowns. Hunt or Pacheco will get them soon. Let me do this. I'm going to email my exposure. Completed drafts. Email exposure to myself. And then I'm going to upload it to the best ball overlay. So my next couple, now that I've done 8, for my next couple drafts, I'm going to be able to know what my exposures are, which is going to be fun. Almost done. Almost done. Almost got it up. Here we go. 3, 2, and 1. Let's go. Okay, sweet. So now I go into one of these drafts. I think I can still go into it. No, I can't. But either way, go to the lobby. Let's do an actual primetime Palooza now. I've done 8 of the primetime hurry up as preparation. We know what's going on. We're ready. Let's do a primetime Palooza. A $10 draft. Same rules. But this time I have my exposures up here. So 25% Gibbs, 12.5% Henry, and the like. Yeah, no great possible 2. I thought interesting at 5 targets last week. Oh, in the 1 spot. Hey, and Fantasy Dog is in here. What's up, brother? Did you sneak into this one, Fantasy Dog? You sly dog. You get the 2 spot. Jumps right in for the $10 draft. I love it. Let's go. And I get the 101. I get Gibbs. You got to feel good about that. The 4 spot's also very strong, as we've seen. Don't forget to sub and like. Happy says so. Are you too good for your home? Get in your home. Like and subscribe. Oh. Just tap it in. Give it a little tappy. Tap, tap, tap-a-roo. Yo, Chris B, what's up, brother? Happy Friday, my man. Hope you're doing good with the Tyquan Thornton news. Always appreciate the kind words, my friend. Yeah, what's up, Adrian? How we doing? What's up? Start 1 flex. Dobbins, Devontae Smith, Juwan Jennings, Hampton, Scattaboo, or Troy Franklin. So I think Juwan Jennings is like probable to play, but he's questionable. So that I would say err on the side of caution. Probably not Jennings. Devontae Smith, I like him. We like the talent. We like the skill. The Eagles aren't throwing a whole lot. They are in a position against the Rams. It might be more of a shootout situation. Maybe they're forced to throw the ball a little bit more. So I'm leaning Devontae Smith there. Hampton, I'm not afraid to start him as well. I think you got to just, it's the Chargers against the Broncos. I'd rather have Hampton than Dobbins there. And then Scattaboo's great, but not over Devontae Smith or even Hampton yet. Troy Franklin's been doing well, but Devontae Smith is, Heisman winning wide receiver, the experienced veteran in the situation, and it's a good matchup. So I'm going to go with Devontae Smith there. Let me know in the chat if you guys think any differently. Yeah. Appreciate you, Chris B. Hope you're having a great Friday. Ha! Too kind. We're having fun. We're drafting some primetime Paloozas. These are drafts where there's only 2 games, 4 teams to draft from in the slate. And there's 4 managers drafting these teams. It is the Sunday night football game, Chiefs at Giants. It is the Monday night football game with the Ravens and the Lions. So I have Gibbs. I think I go J-Mo. Laporta's already gone. I think I go J-Mo and try to push for Goff. So then I think Kelsey is the play. Or Wandale. Would I rather have the elite tight end with Kelsey or Wandale for a wide receiver 2? think I just want Kelsey. I keep taking Kelsey. I really don't like the wide receivers in this slate. And we've been seeing time after time again. Wandale might come back around. No, Wandale goes immediately, but it's going to be risky now. Maybe I get Mahomes to go back around. I might just get completely hung out to dry at QB because I think this guy's going to take Goff here in the 4 spot. Yeah, fantasy dog. Just easing the tension, baby. Just easing the tension. God, I love... You're in my world now, Grandma. My fingers hurt. Well, now your back's gonna hurt because you just pulled landscaping duty. Oh, he does go Goff. Yeah, the dream is dead. The double stacked Gibbs, J-Mo. And then we'll just see what happens. We'll pivot. We'll do a nice pivot. We got some ideas. Hopkins goes. I mean, Hopkins stacked with Lamar's is the way to go. Getting in there at 14, I'm pretty aggressive, but nice. Yeah, Devontae Smith, then Hampton for me seems good. Yo, what's up, Silent Static? J-Mo or Ricky starting the flex this week? You know, I feel like for that one, we know that you've got Ricky. This is week 2. Let's go to week 3. Ricky's playing the Cardinals. That seems like a fine matchup at home. Mac Jones throwing to him seems fine. For J-Mo, you get access to this fun Baltimore Monday night game. It's going to be like one of the best games of the week. I'm going J-Mo. Adrian says, trade Cup for Olave. What do you think? I like it. I like Olave. I like the Kellen Moore offense. Their play rate is insane right now. You've got Spencer Rattler throwing like 45 pass attempts per game, or dropbacks per game. And then Juwan Johnson's getting the volume. Olave, Shaheed, Kamara, they're all viable. They're all getting a lot of work. So I do like the Saints environment for fantasy points right now. That offense with Kellen Moore. So I'm in on Olave over Cup still. Yeah, I'm thinking J-Mo over Ricky. I just like the matchup. It does. That's a good point, Anthony. It does kind of matter too if Juwan Jennings is not active. They might have no one else to throw it to but Ricky. So you'll know that first because the Lions game is later in the week. It's Monday night. So caveat, like if no Juwan Jennings, if he's guaranteed out, you might just want to start Ricky. It's that close. 1-1-2-1. I got Mahomes, Gibbs, Jameson Williams, Xavier Worthy, Travis Kelce. I need like a Giants bring back piece potentially, or not, or just go with the best available player. And I think I go Tyrone Tracy here, and I get both of those things answered. Best available player and to bring back. Nice.
That's a fun squad. I think that ended up working out just fine, even though we didn't get the golf double stack that we originally wanted. But yeah, that's a really strong point there that Anthony brings up for you to consider silent static. Make sure y'all slap that like button. It helps me out a ton to get some more interaction on the channel. And I appreciate y'all being here in the chat too. We're having fun. We're doing Q&A tonight, and we're drafting some primetime Palooza teams on Underdog. Use code Candyman when you sign up for the best deposit bonus match you can possibly get. It's the same one that everyone gets, but it would help me out. And then also, shout out to the Best Ball Overlay. Check it out. Learn more about it. You can use code GARAGE for 25% off your premium subscription to the Best Ball Overlay. Not only a great tool for drafting best ball teams all summer, but also these Battle Royale teams where I can see the point spreads, the over-unders, and my exposures. These are all courtesy of the Best Ball Overlay. These aren't actually for everyone on Underdog, or like if you're on mobile, you won't see these either. But on desktop with the overlay, you can get access to this. These are my exposures from the other primetime drafts I was just doing. I've never drafted Rashad Bateman, and for good reason. He is having a bad start to the year, but just like Mark Andrews, maybe he turns it around. I think I need some exposure to him. It's going to be on teams where I have Lamar Jackson, or maybe just taking him here instead of Tyrone Tracy was the move. You know, that could have been smart, but I still think Tyrone Tracy is a better pick over Bateman. If Tracy wasn't there, I would probably go Bateman there. Yeah, I think that totally makes sense, Crispy. I really like in these week-to-week kind of sit-start things, we have to go beyond just thinking like who's the better player. The game environment can matter a ton, right? Any piece of the Lions last week against the Bears, while you probably wouldn't have sat any of the Lions players in fantasy to begin with, but like all of them paid off huge, right? Yo, what's up, Walls? How we doing, brother? Happy Friday. Full PPR. Who would you start in the flex? Jordan Mason or Garrett Wilson? I'm going Jordan Mason all day and twice on Sunday. Wheels up, Jordan Mason. That being said, full PPR, Garrett Wilson, super talented, great player. Tyrod Taylor averages more career passing yards per game than Justin Fields. So, but the Jets are playing. We were just looking at this. The Jets are playing at Tampa Bay. It's a fine matchup. I want Jordan Mason against Cincinnati. That's a great matchup. And people are catching on. You'll see if you look at like the ADPs. Jordan Mason's going in the first round of drafts for the main slate. You look at DFS lineups, Jordan Mason's expensive there too. People have caught on. His price has been going up, I guess. Silent Static says on one team he's got Hampton, Hendo season, RJ Harvey, Pacheco. Am I doomed this year at running back? Yeah, 0-2 is a tough start, and obviously a slow start for both Hampton, Henderson, RJ Harvey. All those guys, slow starts. You got to hold steady unless you think, I mean, it's going to be hard. You can't really sell low on these guys. You're not going to get enough in return. So unless you think you're really deep at tight end or receiver and you can downgrade slightly at either tight end or receiver, or just move an extra tight end if you have one, because people are hurting for tight ends. They're all injured, right? We just saw Tucker Kraft go down, another tight end injury, Evan Ingram. So people are hurting for tight ends. If you can swap a tight end out and you still have one that you like, maybe you have a Juwan Johnson you picked up, maybe you have a Harold Fannin you can get on your waivers, trade a tight end to try to get a better running back, maybe. Or but what you do is you pair a tight end that people want with one of these exciting running backs. Whether you think you can get more value out of a name brand like Pacheco, I would try to sell him. Or if there's some people who still are interested in these rookies that can pop, like the, Harvey piece. But
or Henderson, but I still like Hampton, Henderson, and Harvey. They're going to be good for fantasy. We hope, they're going to come on more strongly throughout the season. I think have faith in Hampton. You really can't sit him. And then Harvey, the big fear is the three-headed monster. Tyler Bidet getting 22% snaps and his passing game work. That sucks for him. We need Harvey to win out the role over Dobbins sooner than later. Henderson, yeah, we just saw Ramondre Stevenson get the hot hand. Maybe Henderson bounces back with some efficient play in week 3 and can find the end zone. So I think you're going to have to hold what you got, because you can't really sell low on these guys. But if you can pair one of them, maybe Pacheco, with a tight end and then get a better running back, that could be nice. I guess so. I wonder if it's not just going to avoid the Jets, though. Metcalf a strong fade rest of the season? I don't know. I mean, who else they're going to throw to? I don't really love the Steelers as it is. Is Franklin better than him? I don't know that that's true. I feel like it shouldn't be true, but obviously Franklin's got the better hot stretch right now. I think they'll both go through stretches, so the Broncos just spread it around so much. Sutton's going to get his too, and Evan Ingram will come back at some point. I'm probably rest of the season, I'm still Metcalf just because of talent and just proven veteran, but Franklin's coming on nice. Yeah, I think it's hard to sit Garrett Wilson or Breece Hall if you have them, so I want to keep them in there. I'm not really starting any tight ends for the Jets right now. I'm not starting Braylon Allen right now, and then there's no wide receiver too. But then, so it's really Garrett Wilson and Breece Hall right now. Yo, what's up, Andrew? How we doing, brother? Happy Friday. You got Tyreek Hill, Bijan Robinson, Chris Olave. Oh, to trade them for Jamar Chase, Ladd, and Swift? No, couldn't be me, man. I want to hold on to Bijan. I think he's going to have a huge week in week 3 against the Carolina Panthers. The Panthers were giving up tons of yards per carry, like 5.6 to their opponents. They've been a letdown on defense. I think Bijan's getting a ton of utilization. Wheels up. The Falcons' defense is looking good, causing turnovers, giving them the ball, and all that stuff. So, I want the Bijan side. I want to keep Bijan. Hey, appreciate you, my man. The super chat, very appreciated. Never required, but always greatly appreciated. Thank you for the $1.99, my man. Hope you're having a great Friday, and thanks for jumping in here, asking your question. I'm all in on Bijan. I think after this week, and I was going through some stats at the beginning of the stream too, and even the stream Hartman and I did on Wednesday night here, we talked a lot about the slates, the upcoming week 3 games. Bijan's in a smash spot. He's going to kill it this week. Fingers crossed, all things considered, we can hope. It's looking that way. It's where all the signals are pointing that way. Going forward the rest of the season, I think Bijan is the 101. He is the number 1 player in fantasy the rest of the season, it's looking like. So I want the Bijan side. I don't mind Tyreek. We just saw him find pay dirt, score. He's got some off-the-field issues, but that's just his deal. Olave also, I've been talking about the Kellen Moore Saints offense. Super high amount of plays run and a good amount of passing attempts, a lot of dropbacks for Spencer Rattler, a guy who's a gunslinger, not afraid to throw it. So people like Olave, Juwan Johnson, and even Rashid Shaheed. I think they can all pay off as good flex options, and obviously Juwan Johnson's a good elite tight end option right now. I love Ladd, but man, that's actually tough though. I mean, because the reason why though, I think Jamar Chase gets a little downgrade going from Burrow to Browning, right? That's obvious. To me, Swift is a flex piece, but tough. Ladd is going to have a good season too. He's going to bounce back. At the same time, what's changed? What's new from last year? Well, Keenan Allen's in town, and he is hogging some targets. Quentin Johnston is still continuing to find the end zone. So I still think Ladd's really good, but we have to slightly adjust our priors on Ladd, the new injury update for the Bengals, and then Swift. They're going to start getting Monangai used a little bit more, but Swift is their bell cow right now. I want Bijan, and I think Tyreek Hill is fine. I think Tyreek Hill and Ladd comparable. I want Bijan over Jamar right now, and then I want Olave over Swift right now, but it's also kind of comparable. So this is actually, the more I think about it, it is a pretty close trade, but like I just can't get rid of Bijan. I got to hold him right now. Yeah, fun question. That was a tough one because at first I thought it was obvious, but yeah, and then Swift questionable. I wonder how questionable he is though, right? Yeah, baller. On your rookie running back team, yeah, silent, yeah. You're going to try a tight end trade, but got Kraft and Farrell Jr. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, I mean, I love Kraft there, right? But obviously, he's going to miss a week, maybe two. Farrell Jr., Fannin Jr. 6. So you're saying you got him, right? Right, so that's good. You're solid then. You're solid. Other players, Brian Thomas, we need him to bounce back. CD, we need him to find the end zone. Ricky, sick. JMO, sick. Rice, amazing. He'll come back soon enough. The Dak and the May, I think, is a good combo. The thing with Dak and the May, it's like you want to be starting Dak a lot since you have CD, but in May we can see his ceiling outcomes too. But you got two good options. You might be able to trade May. I'd keep Dak and sell high on May. Some people would say to start May and sell on Dak, but because you have CD, I kind of want to keep him with Dak. And I like Dak a little bit better as it is, but May is a nice ceiling too. I think you can hold, but maybe you can pair May with somebody and trade off May. People love May. Yeah, just in time. Just in time. It's hard when you start 0-2 like that. Hey, bro, fantasy dog. My man with the $10 hammer. Appreciate you, my friend. Dang, man, you don't have to do that. But greatly appreciated. Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh, man, you guys being here in the chat, subbing, the comments, the likes, we're all here just having fun, talking ball, and trying to get better. So I appreciate that. And hope that we've learned something all this summer. All these teams we've drafted, all this ball talking we've been doing, I hope we've learned something. I think we're getting better, but we're having fun, I'll tell you that. Yeah, fire. Fantasy dog, one of the OGs. Appreciate you. Yeah, Caleb Williams and Dak Prescott this week, honestly, fire matchup, right? Could be a shootout. We just saw the shootout with Russ Wilson and Dak. So can we see a version of that with Caleb? Come on, Caleb, let's get it together. Ben Johnson, script this guy some plays, get the tight ends more involved. I want to see Kmet catch some balls. I want to see Colston Loveland catch some balls. I want to see Luther Burden in open space. Rome Odunze has been fire. That's obvious. DJ Moore is right there too. Yeah, no, I'm in on those. I'm in on the matchup. It's a fun matchup. It's one of the higher, like if we look at the team totals, the scoring totals, right? The highest scoring matchups, Dallas and Chicago is about 49.5. And then it's Detroit, Baltimore, 53.5. Those are the two highest scoring Vegas game totals. So I think that makes sense. Like, that's the direction. Yo, Lloyd, what up, brother? Interested in your thoughts on my team. Any ideas for trades or anything? Okay, let's see what we got. And as much context as you have, is it half one PPR? Is it 10 team? Is it this super flex, that tight end premium, all those kind of little notes? But you got Justin Jefferson, you got DK Metcalf, Pittman Jr., Diggs. So I mean, your wide receivers are fine. Hollywood, risky. Achane, Chase Brown, Javonte. See, your running backs are sick. Achane and Chase Brown, love it. Javonte, hey, hit there. RJ and Tootin, fire. I mean, they're going to come on strong. And then Benson. I think you were talking about this game the other night when this team the other night when Hartman and I were drafted, because I remember your running backs. I remember these running backs for sure. The RJ, Tootin, and Benson. I think you're solid there. But what to do? Trade a running back like Javonte, or if you can get someone really interested in overpay for Chase Brown. So one of Chase Brown or Javonte, I would try to move one of them for a king's ransom, sell high, and get a better wide receiver, because I don't love DK and Pittman Jr. and Diggs. Diggs has got a slow ramp up. He's coming off the ACL tear. He's 31 years old. He's not doing a whole lot right now. Hollywood scares me. Pittman Jr., honestly fine. DK, I think okay, but I think you can do better. So if you can move Chase Brown or Javonte for a receiver that is better than all of those guys you have except for Justin Jefferson. So I'm talking like Chase Brown or Javonte for like a top, top 10 wide receiver. If you could get Jackson Smith and Jigba, if you could get Brian Thomas Jr., you might be able to get Brian Thomas Jr. plus for like a Javonte. Just something to consider. Buy low on some of these guys we know are good. Some people are starting to say they're out on Brian Thomas. The whole fantasy Twitter is out on Brian Thomas. I'm not out on Brian Thomas. The dude's a baller. Certified, known fact. Yeah, the wide receivers. Yeah, we're all waiting for those wide receivers to hit. 12 MPPR. So yeah, 12 MPPR. I think you want to improve the wide receivers, because DK Metcalf even worse for PPR. It's not that different, but slightly. This is true. This is very true. It's a good take from Chris B. I think we trust DeAndre Swift for now. Someone was saying he's injured. Maybe it was Anthony, but if he is injured, that's a little concerning. But who else they have, right? Yeah. Okay. 2 wide receiver, 2 running back, 2 flex. I see. So you have 2 flex. It's a little deep. I still think you need you have depth. You have depth at running back. You have depth at receiver. But you need more. And you have quality at running back. You have depth and quality at running back. And you have like young guys who can hit for your flex. You need a better wide receiver too, for sure. Yeah, yes sir, yes sir. It's tough with Brock Bowers' injury, DK Metcalf up and down. I think you're good with Warren, Hill. Is that Jalen Warren or Tyler Warren? Either way, you're good. Bijan, Caleb. And then made championship the last 5 years. That's sick. I'm trying to get back to the championship. Actually, I didn't make it in my dynasty leagues and in my home league. I didn't make it to the championship last year. In one of my dynasty leagues, I lost a semifinal. A dynasty best ball league with the fantasy wild card guys. They have a YouTube channel. It's real fun. They do dynasty content. I've been in that league. I think it's the 3rd year. I think we're currently in the 3rd year. Yeah, maybe sell high on Javonte. Get yourself a king's ransom, a wide receiver you really like. BTJ, I think so, right? Yeah. You could trade for Rice, but I feel like you need something. I like that call, but I feel like you need something now. And we're still waiting on Rice to miss 4 more games, and then he has a Week 10 bye, so it's pretty tough. Oh, yeah, Anthony was saying, yeah, so Q-tag. Yeah, hell yeah. Jalen Warren. Yeah, I think Jalen Warren's solid. It's looking good. It's looking like they're going to use him a lot. Let's rip another Primetime Palooza. The $10 Primetime Palooza. We're ready. We've done one. Time for number two. Let's get it. Hope you guys are having a great Friday night, getting ready for a nice weekend. For me, I'm going out of town this weekend. I've got a new baby in the family. So I have a new niece I need to go meet in Austin. So I'm in Houston, and a lot of my family lives in Austin. And so I go to Austin, like I go like at least once a month. I go pretty often. We go out there. So we're going to go visit the fam this weekend. We're going to pile up in the car in the morning. We got 2 kids, 2 car seats, and a dog. We're going to pile into the car, make the 120-mile drive to Austin. And then I was talking to Emo earlier tonight. I think I'm going to try to go to the UT versus Sam Houston State football game tomorrow in Austin. It's a home game for Texas. I totally forgot it was a night game, a 7 p.m. game. I think I should be free tomorrow night, Saturday night. I can't imagine what else is going on. So I'm going to try to hit up my buddies. It's 1 a.m. Central now. It's too late now, but like I'll hit them up in the morning and see who's got tickets, who's going, if anyone wants to get tickets, if we can still get tickets. And then worst case scenario, I'm just going to hang out with my buddies, either chill at one of their places in Austin, or we'll go out to a restaurant or some bar to watch the game. So I'm pretty stoked for tomorrow. I'm going to sleep in a little bit, which sleeping in at my house is like sleeping in past 7 a.m. or like 7:30 if we're lucky. The kids sleep in, the dog sleeps in, and then hit the road about before lunch. Hit the road before lunch. Get out to Austin for the weekend. I'm pretty pumped. It's gonna be nice. What do you guys got going on this weekend? What are you looking forward to, other than football? Because we're all looking forward to football. And also, I guess I had my head down in like my work this week a little bit, but like, what other college games are exciting that are going on this week? I feel like I haven't done enough college football preview because Texas is just gonna like roll on Sam Houston State and like put up like 70 points. But Fantasy Dog in the 2 spot again. Fantasy Dog loves the 2 spot. So like I'm trying to think like what other big matchups this week. We had A&M versus Notre Dame recently. You know, there has been some pretty good games. Favorite buy low so far this year? I'm trying to think. It's like I haven't really made that many active trades. So, like, hypothetically, my favorite buy low that I wish I could get, I want to buy low on a buy low. Okay, well, I have a buy high. I want to buy high on Daniel Jones. I want to buy low on probably buy low. Brian Thomas comes to mind. Let me think who else I can get to. Might be a good time to buy low on Breece Hall after having like one bad week. It might be a good time to buy low on. Let me think who else is actually worth having that is a buy low right now. George Pickens. I mean, I don't know if that's a buy low, but I'm pretty in on George Pickens. It could be a buy high on Jordan Mason. If your friends are slow to react, buy high on Jordan Mason. I'd also say, hey, buy low on Bill Krosky-Merritt because he had one bad game. Now Eckler's out for the season. Jaden Daniels is out. That's concerning, of course, but we think Bill's role is going to expand. His touches are going to expand. The amount of snaps he plays is going to continue to grow. They're still going to be like splitting the work with him. And splitting the work with him and potentially Chris Rodriguez now, of course. And then Jeremy McNichols is playing the Eckler role, but I think he's just better than those guys. He's going to earn the high value touches and he's explosive. So I think Bill is a fun buy low if you can get him. People were super high on him, then he's come back to earth. I think it's a good buy low opportunity. Bill, Krosky, Merritt. Speaking of Bill. Let's go. Hey. Yeah, appreciate you. Yeah, we're getting there. Yeah, 120 miles is nothing. That's just a quick little morning commute, a little quick morning drive across the state. Now, I mean, geez, with my sister, my brother, my parents, all in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, and then my parents also in Austin, my wife's family in Austin. It's a big Texas triangle between Houston, Dallas-Fort Worth, Austin. Got to go Laporta here. And then he goes Mahomes. Mahomes, Andrews. Do I want Goff? Because he's going to take... I'm going to go Wandale. I don't think the stack of Laporta and Goff is that strong that I have to take the Goff over waiting to get Wilson. So he's got Gibbs, Williams, and Montgomery. I'm going to make him take Goff, and he'll do it. And then I'll take Wilson with my last pick. I'm surprised he went Andrews over Worthy there for taking Mahomes and not taking Goff. Worthy's a great pick at 15. I thought about taking Worthy. I needed to go Wandale, though, because I knew he'd take Goff, and so I need to connect with a pass catcher and a QB. Not that I have to. You could take unstacked QB, but I feel better about it. And I'm not doing enough volume where I'm going to have every variation of, drafted teams with quarterbacks stacked and unstacked. I'm mostly going to be stacking my QBs. Chicago Bears first and run block win rate. Bears are 32nd in EPA per rush. That's a huge concern for DeAndre Swift. That's crazy, actually. That's some good insight there. I like that. Anytime we can get, EPA and other stats thrown around in the chat, love it. Love to see it. Okay. I'm done at tight end. I'm done at QB. I'm going to put it to my next pick. I get to pick either a running back here or another wide receiver. I could do Hollywood Brown and look for a bounce back because I didn't take, like him or Slayton. I'm going to go Hollywood there because I don't know. I guess what I'm doing is I didn't take Xavier Worthy. I took Wandale. So I'm also, if you don't have Worthy, you could say, hey, it's Hollywood week. It's just a big Hollywood week. And then I get Russell Wilson, right? So Russell Wilson stacked up with Wandale to bring back in Hollywood. I've also got Derrick Henry and Flowers, the two most interesting pieces for the Ravens in a high-scoring game against the Lions, but I had a piece with Laporta. So I guess what I'm saying is it's actually not a high-scoring game on the Lions side if all I have is Laporta in this. I'm saying that it's a Wandale week. with a little bit of Chiefs action. It's a fun squad. I mean, it's a little bit different. Working over the weekend. Gotta do what you gotta do. Understand. Illinois versus Indiana. That's a fun one. Auburn, Oklahoma, decent. I don't think I've seen much of Oklahoma yet. I don't think I've seen much of Auburn either. I don't think I've seen much of Illinois or Indiana much, either as it is. I've been watching a lot of SEC football, but I guess I'm, Big Ten as well. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I guess I have to look more into it. I had Swift in my oldest dynasty league, and I traded him in the middle of last season. So I'm less aware of exactly what's going on with Swift right now because I'm not like actively benching or starting him in any of my leagues right now. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Ben Johnson has been talking up Modern Guy. And we know Roshan's like injured and just like not relevant. I haven't drove 120 miles all month combined. Funny. I mean, I don't typically drive many miles. Like, I probably drive 15 to 20 miles a day on any given day at most. But yeah, driving to Austin. I think it's actually might be 140 because we're going from Southwest Houston to Northwest Austin. Yeah, push the QB for sure, for sure. Yeah, I mean, he's back with Ben Johnson, and Ben Johnson's about to sour on him again after souring on him with the Lions, right? I think it's a toss-up. Hunt or Pacheco, it's really a toss-up. I don't know. Yo, what's up, old school football plays? How we doing? I just traded Josh Allen and James Cook for Lamar Jackson and Ashton Genty. Is that bad? I don't think it's bad. I think it's call your shot, because to me, Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson, flip a coin. Like, I like them both. Everyone likes them both. Who's the better quarterback for the rest of the season to be determined. They're both having pretty good years. Josh Allen, obviously, is Josh Allen, but toss-up, right? Then James Cook and Genty. I think James Cook has the upper hand right now. So for the rest of the season, the current outlook, it's James Cook over Genty. But what I'll say is we haven't seen it all from Genty yet. They're still getting him ramped up, and I think he's going to start to come on even more strong in the second half of the season. One of the quotes that Chip Kelly said was, quote, about running backs, you can only give them so many touches in a season, and so if you save guys a little bit in the beginning of the season and use them more in the end of the season, is kind of what he's implying, is that they'll have more ability to really give him like a ton of touches as the season goes on. So Genty's usage is going to increase from what they're saying. But yeah, I wouldn't call this bad. I would call this just calling your shot. I probably personally would want the Josh Allen Cook side at the current moment, but things can change quick in fantasy. In a week or two, maybe we're saying you actually want Genty over James Cook. And probably Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen is just a toss-up the rest of the time because they're both known commodities. I don't think so much can change with those guys. We've seen it all. Well, I don't have a Discord. I'm not huge on Discord. I've actually been on Discord since 2015. So like I used to use Discord for gaming back in the day when I was still in school and stuff. But I'm on Discord. I hang out in the Fantasy Dog Pound Discord, the Pounders. I lurk there. I hang out in Bindles Discord. So my regular weekly show, Bindles co-host, he has a Discord. I hang out in there. It's a lot of Dynasty theme stuff. We also talk ball. And then who else? I mean, I hang out in some Discords, but I'm just not huge. I don't have time to be on Discord. Like, I'm not just like online like constantly. I hang out in the Coach Speak Index Discord, but it's not more of a hangout. It's more of like keeping up and reading, because he's always posting all of the latest gossip in there, the good stuff. But you can follow me on Twitter at FFB Garage. I'll go there. I'll kind of post and ghost, but I interact, and I definitely follow back. Like, anyone who I hang out with in chat here who follows me on Twitter, I always follow them back, and like I'll turn notifications on so I can, just whatever you guys are talking about on Twitter or reposting or finding good stuff. It's usually like, I feel like Twitter, the way that I use it with the fantasy football community and the best ball community, is just like promoting each other, and then so we all know when we're going live, when we're doing drafts, what shows we have going on, and then also retweeting and like DMing about like good content, like whether we're like sharing articles with a repost or like through the DMs, like sharing like cool insights about fantasy data, usage, statistics, all that kind of stuff, all that. So that's why I feel like I don't really need a Discord, but maybe we'll get one at some point. I made a Discord 2 years ago and I never used it, and then I just like stopped using it. Essentially, I'm just not online enough, which is, I think, a good thing. But I mostly use YouTube and Twitter for my like socials. Yeah, I guess so. That argument goes back and forth for me, Anthony. It's like, okay, they're negatively correlated, because if Josh Allen has a rushing touchdown, Cook doesn't get it. But what if Josh Allen throws a swing pass to James Cook? Or what if they're both good because the Bills' offense just is scoring the most touchdowns in the league, producing the most yardage? Yeah, this is probably true. Probably true, Chris. Yeah, later, Fantasy Dog. Thank you again for the dono. Always good to see you in chat and fun to draft with you. Have a good night, brother. Have a good weekend. Get that work in. Yeah, sometimes to a fault, Anthony. Sometimes I'm sitting here, but sometimes, you know me. We did drafts all summer where I'd like lock into the draft board and I'd look at the chat and I'm like 30 minutes behind. It was like a running joke for a while with Jeff. Raptors enjoyer. What's up, brother? Let's see what you got. Okay, this is perfect. I'm in a super flex league. My team is cooked. Dude, you got Baker and Gibbs? I love Baker and Gibbs. Rashad White, fine. He had a good week last week. Myers, is that Jacoby Myers? I love Jacoby Myers. I love Ayo Manor. He's going to be a big hit the rest of the season. McLaurin's fine. It sucks that Jaden Daniels is hurt, but McLaurin, fine. Ferguson, good. Coleman, good. Gino. So it's super flex. So, Gino's your QB2. That's totally fine. Higgins, I assume, is Jaden Higgins. Slow start. Charbonnet, injured right now. Slow start. Mac Jones, he's probably only good for one more week or two. Wicks is fine. Monagai is pretty good. I'm lost. You're 0-2. I'm surprised you're 0-2, but maybe you just like started the wrong guys in the wrong weeks. Didn't start Coleman week 1, started him week 2, that kind of thing. I like your team. I love the Baker Gibbs. I think where your weakest is obviously your wide receivers, right? I think you're going to have to get lucky in week 3, and then if there's a way you can cobble together a better wide receiver 2, Who's your wide receiver 1? Was McLaurin your wide receiver 1? That's pretty thin. You'll be okay at QB. Baker's holding it down. Gino's fine. But you could also be stronger at QB. I see what you're saying. Yeah. I mean, try to consolidate a little bit. You've got some depth there. You need to consolidate a little bit if you can and get one more like talented wide receiver who can hold down your wide receiver spot, because that's where I see you're lacking. But also, I don't see any comments about your tight ends other than Ferguson. You might be able to trade Ferguson, sell high, and then like level down and combine him with someone else to get a better receiver. Tough. You probably had some injuries, I'm guessing. Yeah, two QB league PPR. Yeah, that makes sense. Jacoby Myers is good in PPR at least. Oh, that's T. Higgins? I mean, it's tough to bench T. Higgins. I'm not benching T. Higgins this week on my own personal redraft, super flex, half-point PPR, home league team, 10-team. I have T. Higgins as my wide receiver 2. I have Rashid Shaheed as my wide receiver 3 this week. Ken Walker in my flex. I have, funny enough, I have Baker Mayfield QB1, Gibbs my RB1, and then I have Bucky Irving my RB2. You had Rachaad White. A little bit different there. I think you got to start Higgins. I think you need to start McLaurin, Higgins, and Myers. Your running backs, you got Gibbs. You're good there. Yeah, I see what you're saying. If Rachaad White's your RB2, that's pretty weak, but they like him. The Bucks can still be good. I'm curious if there's like what the waiver wire looks like who's even the best available running back. Sounds like it might be deep benches and people are stashing them all, if that's the case. It's always kind of tough to move a wide receiver for a wide receiver, but if someone will give you Jason for Higgins, you can maybe do that because of just the difference in how they've started the season and where they're going and the whole Joe Burrow thing. Yeah, I would start T. Higgins, I think, too. Oh, bro, you can't start Alec Aomano over T. Higgins. That's a no-no right there. But I like Aomano going forward in the future. But even the Titans matchup against the Colts, it's a home game. We're hearing good things about Aomano. He's the X. He's going to play well for them, we think. But still, I think that's a tough one. I would never bench T. Higgins for an unproven rookie who really hasn't popped yet. You can't. Browning is serviceable. You could even pick up Browning if he's still available on your waiver wire. I picked up Browning in my league, my Superflex league, and I have T. Higgins in my league. I'm starting T. Higgins and Browning this week. Potentially. Actually, I think I'm lying. I moved Penix back into my lineup. So I'm starting Baker and Penix, but I have T. Higgins in my lineup. And I thought about starting Browning. Mathology was talking, and he was giving me some data. The last time Jake Browning started for the Bengals in 2023, he started 7 games. He was a QB. He was a top 12 QB. He's a QB1 in 5 of those 7 games. But the counterpoint is, yeah, the T. Higgins and Chase stats were worse, obviously, with Browning versus Burrow. Slight dip. But the Vikings are good. We know the Vikings are good. This is a prime time hurry up. It's a $3 draft. Get another Gibbs team. Yeah, I know it's tough with Mark Andrews right now. There's just better options out there on the waiver wires, most likely. So, like, people have been picking up tight ends with all these injuries last couple of weeks. The Mark Andrews owners have been left out in the cold. Yeah. I mean, you got to go talent. The matchup is one thing, but that's like a multiplier. Like, okay, you could say, like, okay, T. Higgins with a downgrade from Burrow to Jake Browning, whatever T. Higgins' original projection was, multiply it by, let's say, 0.8 or 0.9. The matchup with the Vikings is a tough one, but multiply it by another 0.8 or so. So maybe you're getting 60% T. Higgins this week because of the QB downgrade and the matchup is bad. But a 60% T. Higgins, to me, is most of the time still going to be better than 100% Alec Eilman. I don't think the Colts are that bad either. Yeah. Oh, that's sick. That's sick. See, that's where Browning's like a really good QB3 option for you. You're going to have Josh Allen on bye in week 7. You can plug in Browning there. He's got the same bye week as Dak, week 10, but at week 10, you'll figure something else out. Yeah, it's a tough one. It's tough. You have to go with talent. I agree, it's a tough one, but still, Alec Eilman, it's a bridge too far. And sometimes these backup quarterbacks, they do hyper target the players. They'll lock in on a guy, so. Mahomes, Kelsey here. Try to get Xavier Worthy on the wraparound. I guess I'll do it. I need to stop taking so much Kelsey. I have way too much Kelsey now. It makes sense in this slate, but I have so much Kelsey. See how I pivoted to Kelsey there, or Mahomes there, because I'm getting used to the drafter in the 4 spot always taking Goff, and I'm more surprised when they don't. But then even then, the draft in the 3 spot would definitely do it. He took JMO and he got Laporta. So for me, not going Laporta there, I open it up to another player being able to stack Goff. And then, yeah, he doesn't do it. He goes Wandale and Scattaboo and Neighbors. So he still takes Goff though. He's committed. He's committed to those 3 Giants. He's going to take Russell Wilson with his last pick. He's punting tight end, which is fine. Probably do in that range anyways. I get Worthy though. I called my shot. I have access to Worthy, and then I think I do want to go Hopkins. Feels pretty sick. I'm thin at wide receiver. I have a late wide receiver approach in this one. I have players on every game except for the Giants. I don't know who I'm going to get my last pick. Whether I take one more running back, best available, like a Tyrone Tracy, or if I end up going with a Tyquan Thornton. I'm pretty solid with my Chiefs stack already, so I probably won't do that. I could lean to like a Darius Slayton pick. Yeah. Terry McLaurin was injured during the offseason coming into this year, and so he's got a slow start thing coming, but he's playing with Debo now. So, like, there is another factor in this. Debo Samuel wasn't there last year. Now he's there. He's a bigger part of the offense than many people anticipated. I was super in on Debo. I was very in on McLaurin in like April, May, and then I pivoted to Debo around July, and I started hammering Debo in drafts. But it's a good offense. You just want a piece of the Commanders, no doubt. We'll come back to that in a sec. I gotta catch up with y'all. I'll come back to that question after I make this last pick. Let me scroll down on this one. I mean, I might not have to scroll down. Just take Pacheco and team stack the hell out of the Chiefs, Mahomes, Pacheco, Worthy, and Kelsey. Or do I go Tracy because I need another piece of another offense? Okay, let's see. I think I'm just going to go Pacheco and just say, you know what? Fuck it, dude. Let's go all in on the Chiefs this week. I don't need any Giants. Obviously, Gibbs is good. Hopkins is a fun piece in there, but that's a pretty big Chiefs stack. Whatever. $3 draft. Yeah, I'll catch up with y'all. Raptors is saying traded Marv and Tyrone for Terry Rashad White. Okay, I see what you're saying. I mean, I love Scattaboo. I'm so in on Scattaboo, so I can understand moving off of Tracy. And I think Marvin Harrison and Terry at different points in the summer, I had Terry ranked ahead of Marvin Harrison. I ended up having Marvin Harrison ahead of my ranks when the summer was over, but fair, similar to. Yeah, Rashad White's super underrated. I think he is a good play. He is a flex. And in some of these tournaments. Yes, the Bucks are playing the Jets this week, and Bucky Irving and Rashad White both could pay off again like they did against the Texans. Hey. Hell yeah. You'll know when I'm going live. Right now, during the actual NFL season, I'm only streaming about twice a week, maybe 3 times a week. And I'm actually going on vacation tomorrow. I was meant to go to Austin tomorrow. I'll be back. For Tuesday, though, I do a Tuesday weekly show with Bindles. And we had to skip it this week because we just got busy. But during the summer, I was streaming 4 or 5 nights a week. And I did a shit ton of best ball drafts, hundreds of best ball drafts. So, and we did some dynasty drafts, some startups. We talked ball the whole summer. But Bindles and we do a Monday show during the summer. It's called Ballsy. And we bring on fantasy football analysts, friends of the channel. We bring people on. We draft best ball mania teams with them. And we talk ball. We do a Ballsy take of the week. And it's a really fun show. We now, during in season, we do it on Tuesdays. And we do a recap of the previous week after the Monday night game and all that stuff. And then we look ahead to week 3 and we talk about like matchups for the next week ahead. And so it's really fun. And so we jump back and forth between my channel and Bindle's channel on that. We did one on his, so at Bindles90 on YouTube, links in the description. We did we sat out week 1 because we had just done a huge summer of shows. Then we did week 2 on his channel, and then we're gonna do week 3 on my channel, but we couldn't make it happen Tuesday. We were busy. So we're going to do a preview of week 4 and a recap of week 3 on my channel next Tuesday, all things going to plan. And then I do a show with Hartman Fantasy Football on Wednesdays where we look ahead and we do kind of what I'm doing right now, but we do it on Wednesdays. We just did that on my channel here this current Wednesday, 2 days ago. And then sometimes I'll go live on like Fridays or like Saturdays or just chilling, whatever. But during the summer, I mean, I did hundreds of streams, draft content, best ball drafts, super fun stuff. So make sure to check it out. And then, make sure you're sub, make sure you hit the likes. I got to 500 subs in the middle of August, which was sick. And so now I just have to finish setting it up, and I'll probably do it this weekend, honestly. It's only been a few weeks, but I can turn on channel members, which would be cool. So it's like, a monthly thing, like $3 a month, $5 a month. You get to be like subscribe, not just subscribe, but a member of the channel. And then I'll have perks for that too. All the typical stuff. And the little like emojis and stuff. It's fun. It's all coming up. We're having fun here. Not a big fan of Rashad White. Yeah, I mean, I think he still has value on that team. The coaches really like him, and so like he's not going to go to zero. He's not going to zero, but yeah, it's Bucky Irving season, no doubt. Rather have Tootin than White. I think that's totally fair. I'd rather have Tootin than White as well. I had Tootin ranked about 120 overall in my ranks, and I had Rachaad White around 145. Yeah, that's what happens. Waivers go and everyone's stashed. Hey, I appreciate you, old school football. Thanks for chilling with us. Hey, yeah. Thanks for subbing, man. Glad you're here. Yeah, Juwan Johnson, yeah, with Crispy. A tight end one heading. Yes, sir. Yeah. Oh, yeah. One of the hottest players in NFL. Yeah, he's killing it. I'm starting him in my half-point PPR over Travis Kelce, over Harold Fannin. I think it was after week 1 I saw this, but I think it was after week 2 also. Still true. Ray GQ on Twitter was posting his Trinity score, which is like one of his analytic combined metrics, scored ranked numbers. And what it said about Juwan Johnson was Juwan Johnson this season, he's not just an elite tight end. He's an elite receiver, like agnostic to the tight end versus wide receiver position. Juwan Johnson is an elite wide receiver so far this season, which is crazy, but also exciting. Hey. Hell yeah. I see Andrew. I'm going to follow Andrew back on Twitter. I forgot to look at Twitter. Hell yeah. Also, because if you follow me on Twitter, I mean, you can turn on notifications on YouTube to know when I'm going live. But if you follow me on Twitter too, I broadcast to Twitter. So like you would see it in your feed. You'd know, like you'd see like my little live icon. You'd see it. So that's a pretty good way to know when I'm going live too. And I usually tweet out the day before or the day of when my next stream is going to be. Yeah, yes, sir. I mean, I'll be pulling for the Jets. I think the Bucs are kind of like a fun team to watch. A lot of good skill position players, right? It does suck that Justin Fields is hurt. That's so true. Facts. Yeah, Tyrod Taylor's a decent backup. A good 1-for-1 fit for Justin Fields. I'm worried he might be a little cooked, but at the same time, it goes both ways. I think he can ramp up. But what's going on? He was injured last season. Apparently, no injuries right now. He's healthy. He's not the bell cow. He's splitting work with Kareem Hunt, and we haven't seen anything out of Brashard Smith yet, but they're talking about wanting to get Brashard Smith more involved eventually. I think it's going to be a 50-50 split between Hunt and Pacheco, and Hunt is always cheaper, so Hunt's kind of a better play at the moment. Which kind of sucks. I want Pacheco to be good. I've got him in a dynasty league. I need him to be good there. In the same dynasty league, I also have Chase Brown and Jordan Mason, who I drafted both of them. I drafted Chase Brown as a rookie. He did, very little his rookie year, and he's come on strong last year, and this year he's been fine. And then Jordan Mason I got, which was so like I have H-N, so I've cobbled together a nice running back room, and I have Montgomery. But Pacheco was essentially my RB1 when I drafted that team 3 years ago, and it was a 0 running back. Super flex team, so I went heavy on wide receivers early, and that's been paying off. That's the dynasty team. It's a dynasty best ball super flex with additional points for like yardage totals and big plays. It's hosted by the dynasty wild card guys. Also, Tom Strachan is in that league with us too. He has a fantasy sanctuary. He's another fantasy analyst and a bro. And so we've had that league. This is our third year for it, but it's pretty fun. It's different. It's like, if Jameson Williams scores like a 70-yard touchdown, it's like worth a shit ton of points because of the yardage bonus for big plays. I think you get like 5 points for a reception over 40 yards or something. So the scores end up being like the weekly scores are like in like if you're winning, you're like scoring like 200, 230 points. I lost last week with 211 points. Crazy. PPR, tight end premium, and then all the points for those bonuses and stuff. It's a different way to do it. It's definitely different. That's true too. What I will say, silent about the Pacheco, is he cooked or will he get it? Will he get his? He'll get his because Mahomes is the leading rusher right now for the team. That's going to change. It's not going to be the leading rusher the whole season. He's been rushing an insane amount. Mahomes has. Hey, I'm running good right now with the 101s. And then also Mahomes has 2 rushing touchdowns. And so those are going to go to Gibbs sooner than later. Not Gibbs. Those are going to go to Pacheco sooner than later. Yeah, for sure. For the best ball meta, hammering rookies in year 2 guys is what I like to do. And across kind of all fantasy, like I lean those guys for sure. Especially in my managed league, in my home league, my bench is just filled with rookies and sophomores. Upside swings. The thesis there is that like those players are the most undervalued and have the least name recognition, unless people are just like super, aware of the college players coming out. And even then, there's just so many players, and some are bust, some aren't, whatever. But yeah, just getting the guys before they have the rookies and sophomores have the opportunity to rise the most in value within the year. The veterans, especially the year 4+ kind of guys, we should really know. They should be known commodities. We should know like what their ceiling and floor should be. So unless their situation changes, they're traded to a new team or drastically different coaching scheme or teammate situation, then we should be able to like reasonably predict what their range of outcomes will be versus the rookies and sophomores. The range of outcomes, like the median projection, will never capture their true ceiling. And so we're always playing for ceiling in fantasy. Always go for ceiling. And then so you end up going with the guys who have the highest unknown ceiling more often. Yeah, Lamar Jackson going in round 2 is crazy, but it's not that different. It's just neighbors getting pulled up 1 pick. I'm back on. I've been in this spot so often. I want to do something different this time. I'm finally going to take a huge stack of Lions. Let me go Montgomery and Laporta. True. Yeah. And last year, the rookie quarterback class was pretty sick as well. You had Bo Nix, Jaden Daniels. This year, it's more tough. We haven't seen anything out of Cam Ward promising yet for fantasy. For real life, he's fine. He'll be all right. But for fantasy, nothing much yet. Spencer Rattler, sophomore, not really a rookie. So, I mean, he actually gets attributed to the last quarterback class, the last rookie class. So even more reason that, like, I think the 2024 rookie class was like the most insane elite wide receiver talent, as well as tight end talent, as well as quarterback talent. It just was missing all of the running backs. So here I go, Worthy as my wide receiver 1. And then, of course, I'm going to go Goff. I don't think it's worth pushing Goff. I don't think this guy will take him with Neighbors, but he might. And it's also, I don't even know who else I'd want right now. It's not like there's another player for my wide receiver 2 that I'd love to have. It's DeAndre Hopkins, but I think he's pretty replaceable with Thornton or Slayton, or even Tesla. So we'll see how it falls. We'll see how it falls out. Yo, what's up, Fake Talk? How we doing, brother? Hope you're having a great Friday night. Thanks for stopping in. And looking forward to the weekend, too. Are you surprised how good James Cook has been? Yes, sir. I'm very surprised, actually. I mean, I shouldn't be that surprised because, like, he was good last season, but I did not have him ranked this highly during the summer in my own personal rankings. So I am missing out. And do you think Egbuka's production will go down heavily when Godwin comes back? I don't think so. I think Egbuka is... We saw it at 4 years at Ohio State. He was playing next to competition like Marvin Harrison Jr., Jackson Smith, and Jigba. Like, this guy is the real deal. Egbuka can earn targets in situations where he's playing with, you know, insanely talented players. So I want to go Thornton or Slayton. If I don't have any Slayton, I'm going to be kind of sad. Let me go one Slayton here. And I don't have any Ravens on this team, but Goff throws the ball a bunch to Gibbs and Laporta. Montgomery still a ton of yardage and a touchdown pays off. Worthy and Slayton is the pieces you need there. That's what I'm telling myself. But yeah, I wish I had more Cook in all my drafted teams. That's for sure. And then Egbuka, I am a very big Egbuka bull. I have across Best Ball Mania, I have 15% Emeka Egbuka. And all the drafts I did this summer, I have like 16% Egbuka. I had a ton. I think my exposure still ended up that high. He was rising so much at the end of drafts. I just already had him on the teams I wanted at the right price. So I wasn't like chasing up a lot because I ended up drafting a ton of Deebo Samuel in the same range where Egbuka ended up going. But yeah. Yo, what's up, Pat? How we doing, brother? The late night crew. Speaking of the Fantasy Dog Pound Discord. How we doing, Pat? Appreciate you stopping in. Yeah, that's also so true. Yeah, it's a good question. I forget who asked it earlier, but we were talking about buy low earlier in the stream, and what we came together on was like, who actually is a buy low right now? Well, for at least for a buy high, I want to buy high on Jordan Mason. I want to buy high on James Cook, honestly, but buy lows, we said Brian Thomas Jr. is probably a buy low. I'm not worried about all of the Twitter FUD, the people hating on him. There is a legit concern about the wrist injury, but I don't think it's hopefully not anything that's going to really stop him the rest of the season. So Brian Thomas Jr. on a buy low on Breece Hall, who had like a bad week the last week. And then if you can, who else did we mention? I think of some quarterbacks. Who's the other buy low we came up with? Oh, George Pickens. I think if that's technically a buy low, I think I'd still go there. Thornton Jr. this year, lots of hype precedent about him being watched for one, but not much volume so far. Oh, Deontay Thornton Jr. I love him. Yes, not a lot of volume so far, but let me show you something on his air yardage. So I don't know what's been going on. It had like a weird glitch when I started selecting teams. Let me do this. No week selected, nothing selected. Just wide receivers. And let's go to the Raiders. Just 2025. We have 2 games. It's finally working again. And sort by Whopper, weighted opportunity. So that's saying, you know, you've seen this stat probably before, but it's a share of their team targets and a share of their team air yards. So while Dante Thornton only has 8 targets, 3 catches, 65 yards, he has 205 air yards. He has more air yards than Jacoby Myers. And he just hasn't been able to convert those air yards into real production yet, but it's going to come. He's got a 32% share of the air yards, an 11% share of the targets. Trey Tucker has more target share right now, but I think Thornton should eat into that. And then we have it sorted by wide receiver. So, like, if we bring in Now we can see the tight ends, right? Bowers obviously is a big piece of the offense. So Myers is insanely good. He's a big target earner. He and Bowers are going to earn targets. Thornton has to get there through efficiency. So his target share is never really going to be that high. It should be higher. It should be about 15 to 17% best case. But it's his ability to get the air yards that he's the best on the team for that. So he's going to convert some of these into big plays. I'm confident. I'm still in. I know it's kind of small on my screen here. Maybe I should have zoomed in. I just realized how small this is. But I'm still in on Dante Thornton. The hype is real. What's up, D. Smitty? How we doing, brother? Happy Friday. Should I drop Brian Robinson Jr. for Monangai? I don't know. I don't think so. I feel like the handcuff right now to McCaffrey is worth more than that on the Bears. People are talking about Monangai, though. I don't know. That's a tough one. They're kind of in the same tier for me. Probably still B-Rob's a little bit better. Or a little bit more flex worthy, more able. You could more easily throw him in your flex. Like, is Isaac Garendo a thing when he comes back? I don't know. It seems like he's getting nothing. And they went out and traded for him. So there's some vote of confidence there for Brian Robinson. Let me do this primetime Palooza draft number 3. After we did 10 primetime hurry ups. This is I think the 3rd. Yeah. No, we did more than that. This is the 5th one. We did We did 10 and 2. Is that right? That can't be right. I guess it is 10 and 2. This is the 3rd Primetime Palooza? I thought we did way more than this. Where did the last ones go? Maybe they haven't loaded yet. Or were those hurry-ups? I thought we just did more Primetime Paloozas. I feel like I'm missing 2 drafts. Where's the one we just did? Yeah, they're not loading. It's Underdogs being weird. The draft we literally just did was... Oh no, that was a $3. Dude, I'm tripping. Let's see if let's see if we can fill this last Primetime Palooza that it just entered and get in here. It's waiting on 2. It could be interesting if Swift misses. So is the Swift injury more of a thing that I've been hearing about? Like, let me go check the Coach Speak Index Discord. I'm gonna pop over to the Bears. Okay, yeah, I didn't read this yet. I read yesterday's. Yesterday, offensive coordinator Declan Doyle says DeAndre Swift is a guy that we feel like we can count on in big moments. He's a guy that we feel like that can be a bell cow and carry the ball. He's a guy that we're going to try to utilize and put the ball in his hands in favorable positions. So that was yesterday from the OC for the Bears. That sounds pretty good. Today, from head coach Ben Johnson, Rome Odunze, good stuff, yada, yada, yada. And then he goes on to say, the more reps Kyle Monangai gets, the more trust we gain in him. He just has the tendency to do all the right things. I think he's got a good understanding of what we're trying to accomplish. We always talk about the intent of the play, and he seems to be ahead of the curve in terms of young guys grasping that. So that's good. It's positive, but it's not really definitive on his role going forward. It's kind of just like, yeah, the more we use him, the better he'll get, which is like obvious. But I didn't hear anything about Swift. And let me go to... I'm going to do Sleeper on my phone. And I'm going to pull up Swift and see if there's any injury-related news on him that I want to share. So DeAndre Swift, questionable to play week 3 as of 11 hours ago. The quad. Oh, that's what it was. Yeah. Okay, well, I revised my answer. Anthony is right. I think Monangai is a better flex option right now because of the whole Swift situation up in the air. But that's kind of like a recently developing thing. I guess it's concerning enough if he's truly questionable for that matchup with the Cowboys. A sleeper to be on waivers now? I don't know. I can tell you, I like Isaac Tesla. He's one of my favorite sleepers. And if you watch the preseason, if you saw his spectacular catch in week 1 for a touchdown, if you saw his spectacular catch last week for some gain from yardage, it wouldn't be surprising. The coach speak is incredible. They traded 2 third-round picks to move up in the draft to get Isaac Tesla. He's one of the best down the field blocking wide receivers in the rookie class. Maybe the league. The dude's jacked. He's huge. So Isaac Tesla is a deep sleeper. If you have very deep benches, if you're in like Dynasty, he's already gone. But another sleeper I like that might be on waivers, we've been talking about tonight, Alec Ayomanor. He's the X. He is going to be featured in that offense. We just need Cam Ward to get good for fantasy. Wicks. Yeah. I think so. One thing I said on Wednesday, all of the Wicks hype is fine and justified, but this is the signal that if people are getting excited about Wicks, Matthew Golden's about to go off because Golden's just faster, more talented, better at catching, better at route running, inches away from a big play waiting to happen. So it's perfect buy low, the best buy low right now. Go get Matthew Golden buy low. Yeah, a quad injury. So I don't know too much about that, but I did read that right. And then I feel like there's a good chance Swift plays through it. But if you've got Monangai on your bench right now, definitely it's a hold and wait and see. I guess so. I think yeah. Who's a good sleeper? Actually, Monangai. We're all talking about it. Like, I think Monangai is a good pickup this week. I'm going to check to see if he's available in my home league. It's a pretty shallow. There's not a ton of good players available. I don't think Monangai is available in my league. He's not. He's picked up 4 days ago. I wonder if I should pick up Marcus Mariota. I just don't really have a player to drop right now. I need Jaden Reed to go to IR so I can put him on my IR spot, but I'm just holding on to an injured Jaden Reed right now for no reason other than I'd prefer to put him in my IR than drop him. I might as well just drop him, but like I can't convince myself to do it. Let me see. I'll do 2 at a time if they both fill, but what if we do a playbook? What if there's a chance the playbook fills? The prime time playbook. Where did it go? The prime time playbook. It's a $5. It's much smaller, but it's a lower payout. But you have to get less. You don't have to get as much right to win it. Also waiting on one. So whichever one fills first, I'll draft. The $10 Palooza, which is a very big tournament. It is 14,000 plus people competing for 12,500. So you need a perfect team to win this. You have to get all the touchdowns. The playbook is only 1,000 plus people. and you only win $1,000, but it's much more likely that you'd actually get 5th or 4th in something like this than the other one. 10 times more likely. So your team doesn't have to be as good. Your team doesn't have to be perfect. Well, we'll have to leave this one and do it again another day, but the primetime Palooza's filled. I'm back in the 4 spot. So like for me, I'm not really drafting differently. I'm still using my player takes and drafting the players I want the most. But in this larger field one where there's like 14,000 people, you might want to take the best players, but then with your last like 2 picks, scroll down a little bit and get to lower owned players for leverage against the field. Versus in the one with 1,000 people, you probably don't need to do that as much. You can just get away with, a team that only has to beat 900 plus other teams, but a team that needs to beat 14,000 other teams needs to be, the very best. And maybe you have to get unique in some ways to do that. The other ways you can get unique is just drafting the team without scrolling down so much, but getting unique combinations of ADP, fallers, and value is a way to scoop up and get different there. Sometimes people get different by just only drafting players from one of the games. So only taking Lions and Ravens all the way down and just ignoring the Chiefs-Giants game. What if the Chiefs-Giants game is a dud and it ends up being, Chiefs win 12-9 or 12-6 or 12-7. But then you have this Baltimore Ravens Detroit game and it like ends up being Detroit wins 49-42 or something crazy, 46 or whatever it would be. But you might just want any piece in all of the pieces of a certain game and none from another is a way you can look at it, a way you can play it. I'm playing it a little bit more straightforward. I'm just taking the best players and trying to stack a little bit, and then maybe I'll scroll down at the end. Yeah, I guess we're waiting to see if Swift plays. Okay, pretty standard stuff in this one. We get a Lamar Jackson, Zay Flowers stack team. He grabs Laporta, Kelsey, Mahomes with Gibbs, Henry, D. Montgomery, J-Mo. So I have Neighbors and a Monra. I get to figure out. I am going to do a double Wandale. Do I want Cam Scattaboo? I think I want Worthy instead. Golf with the Monra. Let me do Worthy first, and then let me go look at my drafts. Well, I can do it. Well, completed. Well, let me just go here. Actually, let me go in my draft. How much do I have the combo of? Monra Goff, 25%. Okay, that's what I wanted to find. I don't really have a Monra with Goff that often. I was just being dumb. Oh no, I was being really dumb there. Oh, I should have taken a Monra there. I let it time out, and then I forgot I already had 3 wide receivers, so I couldn't take the 4th Wandale, so it autoed me into Scattaboo, which is honestly fine. But I'm just an idiot for doing that because now I miss out on Goff to the guy in the 2 spot. So I'm definitely going. Damn, I'm an idiot. I'm definitely going Russell Wilson. It's fine. I'm playing it through Scattaboo and Neighbors. I am kind of stupid though. I got distracted and I let Goff go. I was trying to make sure I didn't have 0% of Monarch off. I've done it already. I just don't want to have 0, but I didn't have enough. I definitely needed to have more golf with the Monroe. I'm playing it through Mahomes and Wilson too much. Whatever. Want Mark Andrews? Not really. I guess this is different. So yeah, I didn't have any Theo. I had one Theo Johnson. I don't think I had him. I don't even remember if I had him stacked with Russell Wilson, but huge bet again on the Giants through Russell Wilson, Cam Scattaboo, Malik Neighbors, Theo Johnson. No bringbacks for Baltimore. Oh my God, I'm crazy. I do have a bringback with Xavier Worthy in that game, and then no Baltimore pieces, but I have him on Raw. So that's just the story that you need the Giants out of all these awesome teams. People are like, the Giants are the cheapest, that's for sure. But Neighbors, of course, might just be the best player in the whole slate. There's some, I mean, it's going out on a limb. There's a lot of really good players here. Yeah, I think so too. As long as I could have taken Wandale over Worthy, but that might have been too much. So instead, I did the Scattaboo with Theo Johnson. If I'm going to take Theo Johnson, I think this is the way to do it with Russell Wilson and other bets on the Giants. Good stuff. Appreciate y'all for chilling with me tonight. Thanks to everyone for the subs, the likes, the donos. Hope you guys, and for all the questions. I hope you got some good answers out of me. I will catch y'all in another live stream draft real soon, at least next Tuesday here for Ballsy with Bindles. Until then, have a great weekend, a great week 3 in the NFL, and I'll be in the Twitter streets, so catch me there. I'm going to be excited for this Sunday night matchup and this Monday night matchup with all these primetime Palooza drafts we just did. So we will be back next week for more drafts, for more fantasy football. Thanks for watching. Catch y'all later. Have a good night, Anthony. Yeah, I know. We got to get to bed. It's late. But super fun time, and catch y'all in another one soon. Peace.